Greetings and welcome back to another discussion. Been a while. I'm very, very glad to have this discussion. The gentleman I have on today is what might be a legend to some of you. Some of you are aware of him. Some of you had recommended him to me. And by the grace of the gods, I managed to get him on. He's Lord Monday, Lord Blue Monday. He has two different channels, one a political one more focused on Forever Alone, incel, perhaps manosphere, female-male relations. It's a bit kind of all-encompassing. And I guess the first question I'm going to ask him is how he, basically what he's about, his channel is about, and how he came to the position he is in as quote-unquote Forever Alone. So I will hand over the podium. There you go.
Thank you. Thanks, Stardust. I started my channel on YouTube about the Forever Alone incel thing it's been about 2 years now, and I got it started because in my personal life I've always had long-term dating problems. I'm 42 years old now. Most people start dating around the age of say 15, and I've only had two actual girlfriends, and the total time in a relationship between those two is like 3 years. So something like 24 of the last 27 years I've been single. So obviously something's gone horribly, horribly wrong. And I started the channel because, for several reasons. I stumbled across the Forever Alone sub about 3 years ago. And I was reading it for quite a while before I decided to make the YouTube channel. And part of the reason I decided to make it is because if you read the sub, a lot of times some people who at least claim to be basically a normal person or have successful dating lives will come in and say things like, just take a shower and learn how to dress better and
Right.
and hit the gym. And I know why they're saying it, because like a lady friend of mine who got married, she has a problem getting her husband to take regular showers, and some of her lady friends who are married have that kind of problem. So that's probably where some of it comes from, is there's a lot of guys who are dating just fine that are not taking those showers everyone's supposed to. But I was surprised to find this because there was a lot of people on there that were talking about having very similar experiences to my own. And in my personal life, I've kind of hit a brick wall with it, where no more talking about it with people I know, no more thinking about it on my own was gonna solve any of these kind of problems. And I started the channel for several reasons. One of them was to kind of break the stereotype, like, yes, I do shower, thank you. Yes, I do have a haircut and I do dress like a normal person, thank you very much.
But do you hit the gym? That's the real
But do
question.
I hit the gym? Yeah, I do. Actually, I have a home gym here,
Okay, nice.
and I have a membership to the local gold gym I go to.
Okay.
But I started off the channel by, the other reason I started off was I remember myself 20 years ago knowing something was going wrong, couldn't have told you what, feeling very lost. And the other friends I had, I was in nerd groups, and they were all as clueless as I was. Some of my other friends weren't as nerdy as the main group I was with, when I was in college. But actually, all my guy friends, I think only one or two of them dated in high school at all. Most of them were kind of late bloomers, like in college or later, for that kind of thing. Even though otherwise they were relatively successful people, and even later in life they were as well. But I started it one of the reasons I started it was because I remembered myself back then, and I thought to myself, well, if I start this channel, maybe other people will see me and think, well, I'm not all alone in all of this, because you have this isolation about you. You have this big problem in your life that the lived experience of it is the other people who know you they don't get it. They don't understand what you're going through. And I also started off by trying to spell out as best I could in detail how I got here, in part because I was thinking, well, like, whatever mistakes I made, maybe a younger man can listen to it and say, oh, I'm making that same mistake. I better correct myself now. I'll give you an example of what I mean. Back when I was in my early 20s, the nerd groups I was a part of demographically was overwhelmingly male. I probably didn't even meet one new woman per month through my friendship groups. And at the time, this was just normal to me. I had never seen the world any other way. And I just kind of scratched my head and thought, well, how are people meeting people? How are people finding someone? I don't understand what's going on here. So, hold on. Sorry.
There's that ASMR, gentlemen, right there.
Yeah, that's ASMR. Yeah, suddenly ASMR. I'll start scratching the microphone. So it's a very practical problem that at the time I didn't really realize. I mean, I sort of knew what was happening, but like I said, I was young, inexperienced, never saw the world any other way. And it's a practical problem to look at your social networks and say, wait a minute, there's too many dudes around me. I need to do something different to put myself in front of larger numbers of women. Um, and as my channel expanded, I started digging into some of the social science. If you've heard that the the um, the video I did with Wojak,
Sure.
where we talked about some of it,
Yes.
yeah, right? And then
Yeah.
actually that got kicked off because there was a previous video I did that was based on his. He did a video based on the social science on how looks affects dating.
Yeah, I did
And then
talk
I
with
did
him
kind of,
too about that very subject.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, you did, yeah, and I did like a summary video with some commentary on that because it's shocking from the social science how much looks impacts everything.
Yeah, just briefly, if
Not
I
just
might
dating.
comment
Go ahead.
on that. I mean, I call it, I mean, there are many noble lies we tell ourselves, but it certainly is a noble lie that everyone is sort of walking about with this pretense that looks and your appearance, it matters sort of. My mother, when I was growing up, insisted that before I go to a job interview or my very first internship, shave, wear a button down, wear khakis at least, whatever, right? Stuff like that. But beyond that, people falsely circulate the idea that your personality matters significantly, that your character matters significantly,
Yeah.
and these are, I mean, these are but drops in the ocean, unfortunately, as qualities that actually matter. And
Yes.
I've looked at some of these data too, and it's pretty obvious. And it's pretty obvious, actually, retrospectively, looking back on all sorts of things. I told
agree.
a story to some of your I guess subscribers on your channel, on your server the other day, about this guy that I went to university when I was doing a master's degree, a French guy named Jules. He just was sort of Chad in modern terminology. He was tall. He's about 6'2" ish, I believe.
So the French chat is Jules. Okay.
Yeah, Jules. Yeah, and had this very kind of semi-neotenous, but also extremely handsome, well-proportioned face. And I always remembered, and I was in my kind of mid-ish 20s at the time, early-ish, mid-ish, how he was beating an alpha woman with a stick, metaphorically, of course. They were fighting each other over him, and I would always think at the time when these things mattered a lot more to me. I don't have that problem. It's so weird. What does it really come down to? And I just was noticing, just as not just with respect to me, but with other people in our you could say friend circle, although he's more of a good acquaintance than anything else, how what the differences were, and it just became clear to me that everyone else, even though I mean these days I have a much better sense of proportion. I've studied, looked in depth. What are the anatomical features that make an attractive person attractive, whether male or female, physiognomy, things like that. But I could say, yeah, he kind of looks different, significantly so, and that just seemed, even without knowing all the details, the science behind it, people know this, right? People know it, and yet they still tell this repetitive lie, the noble lie that somehow your character matters, when in fact, as you've divined in recent years, that many ascriptions to your character are in fact based upon your appearance. They're inferences, essentially, inferences about how you are as a person predicated on your outward appearance, which may or may not have anything to do with that appearance. Yeah. Which is, something that, at least, I mean, years ago when I first really get into this, was kind of a bit surprised about. But in my current state of knowledge, recognizing that we're just human apes, doesn't surprise me at all, really. But how just important that is and impactful is it can't be too understressed. And my big issue with that point is, and I made a recent video, is that I just wish people would come clean, or I said the world,
Mm.
public, to other people about it and stop blowing smoke up people's ass. I'm not saying it would, you know, if you're a 5'4" guy, with a shitty jawline and poor, skeletal muscular structure. Yeah, I'm sorry, but at least no one would try to blow smoke up that guy's ass and say, well, if you just hit the gym and have a shower,
Yeah,
and
or
walk on
people
stilts.
wouldn't condemn him like, well, obviously you're single because you have a bad character. Just be nice to people.
Right. Well,
You know.
even entwined in that claim itself is the bad character is, I would assume in this case, oftentimes an ascription to the looks themselves, that
Mm.
somehow the poor looks are reflective of poor character.
Yes.
So that's really always been my beef on every manosphere issue there is. So the way women are. I mean, this is
Mm.
slightly separate, but I assume in the course of our conversation we're going to have a kind of a back and forth on various manosphere issues, but that nobody talked about, say, hypergamy or the relevance
Mm.
of status that and
Mm.
finances in that context. Or I always thought when I was growing up, when I was a teenager, I was a late bloomer
Mm.
by my standards. You mentioned people dating. In my high school, people were fucking at 15, 16, and I was an outsider.
Yeah.
I didn't lose my virginity until I was 19, so I was a late bloomer. But even so, I was like, your character mattered. They, if you were a nice and considerate person, um, I didn't, in our generation, because we're a very similar age, we just didn't learn this stuff. Nobody taught us this stuff.
You're right. Yeah.
These pearls of quote unquote wisdom that permeate the internet, that so many of these younger guys, even if they're 10 years younger than we are, have sort of instant access to. It was the Wild West. It was just, oh, this doesn't work. This is really weird. There was just no way to navigate it. So,
Yeah. I think
go on.
I was gonna say I think you touched on something important that, from what I can tell, it seems like a lot of people, I don't know if it's all or if it's most, don't seem to separate looks from personality.
Yeah.
Now, I pay attention to both, and I think of them as, hmm, I mean, realistically, probably subconsciously, they're overlapping in my mind as well. But I've certainly had experiences where I met someone, and based on their looks, I can still remember this one woman in particular. When I met her, I thought she was going to be a giant pain in the ass. But then after knowing her for a couple months, I realized she actually wasn't. She was kind of friendly, or she was friendlier than I thought she was. And I had to change my mind about her. But I'd also noticed a lot of other people didn't change their minds about her. Like the first impression you get is she's going to be a real pain in the butt. And a lot of people just kept that stereotype of her. So I think that's part of the problem, is that a lot of people are not separating looks from personality. For some reason, they think it's the same thing or
Yeah.
something along those lines.
Well, I think I think that's just a matter of economy. If you think about evolutionary terms, that it might just be that there, and this is speculation on my part,
Hmm.
although there is some evidence to suggest similar things, that in the ancestral past you'd have certain cues. You talk about this occasionally. I have too, and say fertility in terms of beauty, fertility, and
Mm-hmm.
the correlations there. That it might have just been that the Chad look, not, in addition to being fertile and leading to genetic fitness, might have been some sort of cue to a false positive cue in many cases to good personality and getting along with people. In fact, I would strongly suspect that's the case. How else would we end up in this situation? It could just
Right.
be downstream of the fact that people like pretty people. Men
Yeah.
like hanging out with good-looking men too, for all
Right.
different reasons. So it could just be downstream of that, because it's such an important trait that everything else gets subordinated to it, and it really requires, as you just indicated, significant investigation and investment of time. Either
Right.
or
Right.
would
Well,
work. Yeah.
Right. Well, I was gonna say, well, yeah. I mean, the genotype is expressed in the phenotype. You
Yes.
know, the so okay.
Jocko
I
Williams. There you
understand
go.
that.
Right.
Right. I mean, I understand that. And if I was walking down the street and someone who didn't know me judged me, however they judged me, okay, fine, whatever. I don't care. My, but what I'm thinking of is more in environments where people have gotten to know you, and like that woman who I thought was going to be a giant pain, and later I realized actually she's not. And I changed my mind about her. It seems like a lot of people don't do that. They just make that first judgment, and then
Well,
even after knowing the person for a while, they don't change their minds.
yeah, I think this could be subsumed. There's something in evolutionary psychology called error management theory, and
Okay.
generally it doesn't. I've never seen it talked about or applied to this aspect of things. Usually they talk about direct. So error management theory principally is applied to mating strategies of men and women respectively,
Mm-hmm.
and the different approaches they have. So, for example, it that quote unquote the typical male will just throw himself at women and just assume all kinds of things, and whether he succeeds or not is kind of irrelevant because of the cost benefit at the end of it in terms of reproduction. Vice versa, women are more cautious about things
Mm-hmm.
because of the reproductive burden, and it also applies to say religiosity and superstitiousness. Women typically are significantly more religious and superstitious than men are. Also, a consequence of error management theory, because it's sort of almost hedging your bets, and what's the downside, and things like that. I suspect
Mm-hmm.
this could be subsumed in that, in the sense that it's just again more economical to make the inference that once you've made that inference that this guy looks only like a 4.5 or whatever, I'm just gonna whatever, fuck his
Yeah.
personality. That's what I assume
Right.
that's really how it works, because
Yeah.
we're pretty simple
Probably.
beasts at the end of the day.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that you're probably right about that. Um, and I'm not trying to derail this, but I actually didn't finish talking about what I learned about
I apologize.
the FAs and
This
incels.
was
That's
this
fine.
was all
It's
on
kind of a
me.
digression.
No,
Yeah.
no, but I expect
Um,
us to go back and forth anyway. So please continue.
right. So after about the first year of doing the channel, I got a lot of feedback from the. Oh, and in case people are wondering what the difference between Forever Alone versus the
Oh
incels are,
yes, yes.
yeah, the Forever Alone sub actually started as a meme sub from that Forever Alone guy on 4chan. You ever seen that big crying face?
Mm.
And then at some point, people started coming in there talking about their dating problems. Now, exactly when that transition happened and how it happened, I don't know the details of it. But that was how it got its name, Forever Alone, because it started as the 4chan meme. Uh, I would say the biggest difference between the FA versus the incel types is the FA seem to react primarily with depression or sadness, and a lot of the incels react more with rage
Mm.
or frustration. Now, after the first year of doing the channel, and I don't know, did you watch the channel intro I had about how an incel is created?
Yes, I did. Yes.
Okay, yeah, I know. I started noticing patterns. Now, mind you, this is not social science. This is just me observing patterns based on people talking to me, based on reading the Forever Alone sub. And it seems like there's a general life arc to it, where a lot of the FAs and incels, or the Forever Alone types, they start off in a dysfunctional or outright abusive family, and then in school they get bullied, have few friends, so they're having social problems in school already. Um, they don't really form a lot in the way of social networks. Either it's small social networks, in extreme cases they don't have any. Um, this can happen for various reasons. One of the gentlemen I talked to, his parents were alcoholics. I think it was every 3 to 4 years. I think it was somewhere between 2 and 4 years. They kept moving to different places. I think part of it was because they were running from bill collectors. But he never. So by doing that, he never formed any real long-term friends. And he never really learned how to make friends. So like, there's a lot of basic life. But when you're having these kind of problems, there's a lot of basic life skills that don't form that really should. Um, so for the guy, so some of the guys have more normal experiences where they do, maybe they get bullied in school, they have a screwed up family, they get through high school and they get through college, but it's during that prime time where the high school college era, you're around a lot of people your own age, and that's like the prime time for dating. And if you don't do dating there, there's a lot of There's a lot of little, and I don't want to say social skills because Wojak will jump on me because he's thinking about from the social science point of view. Maybe I should say social knowledge that you'll pick up.
Cues, perhaps? Cues?
Social cues too. Well, I'll give you an example of social knowledge. Like, um, from what I can tell, it seems like a lot of people, there's certain types. I don't know if type is the right word here, but um, like, what kind of girl do you like? What kind of girl likes you? You know, so if you're an outlaw biker, you're probably going to hang out at the outlaw biker bar or whatever. But if you get through that time frame, the high school college era, and you haven't done any dating, you know, you I'll give you another example besides the not knowing what kind of girl you like, what kind of girl likes you. One of the questions I've seen come up, and actually one of the early videos I made, was for another YouTuber who has since shut down his channel named Virgin Messiah. He was talking about how he knew this girl and he couldn't tell if she liked him, and I knew why, because I had been in that situation before. Um, the two girlfriends I had, the first one I was 29, the second one I was 33 or 34, and for both of them, as soon as I met them, I knew they liked me. I don't know if it was at the exact moment I met them, but I knew they liked me very quickly. It was very easy to get a phone number, very easy to get a first date. It was a very smooth process for moving things along. And that the second time it happened with the second girlfriend is when the light bulb went off. And I thought to myself, oh, this must be what people are experiencing from the time they're in maybe high school or college or maybe as early as middle school, where when a girl likes you, it's usually pretty obvious. I mean, maybe not always, but a lot of the times it's pretty obvious. And that's why this other YouTuber, Virgin Messiah, he didn't know, he couldn't tell if this girl liked him because he had never seen what that looked like before. He had no point of comparison. He didn't know how, you know, like, how differently women act when they actually like a guy compared to when they're just being friendly or whatever else. So, like, little social knowledge like that, like, what does it look like when a girl likes me? Like, they don't have that experience. They don't know what that even looks like. I mean, that's kind of sad, especially when you're hitting your late 20s and 30s. You've never had that kind of experience.
I,
Go ahead.
if I might interpolate something here.
Sure.
One thing I've been thinking about in this context with respect to your videos is to the audience. I wouldn't say almost binge watching or consuming the material just to get a sense of Monday's personality and the stuff he puts out.
Hmm.
The generational gap, because again we're quite similar in age, and that something in the current generation, in the current years, people like to put it's much more restrictive than it used to be. I
Oh,
suspect.
really?
Oh well, I don't know if not. I think it's well worth exploring. So I've been thinking about my own sort of life history, and there are all kinds of things that I could add to this, but I'd say that it's quite possible I might have ended up some version of an FA had
Hmm.
I been born 15 or 20 or years later. That is either some sort of late millennial or a Gen Z, and
Hmm.
then I mean, I don't know. I'll say a 50-50, if only because if I looked on my own life history, lost my virginity at 19, first quote unquote girlfriend, then late bloomer. In high school, I was I wasn't excessively, but I was just sort of not really friends with anyone.
Hmm.
I was a weirdo, um,
Okay.
and the U.S. in general. And I want to, later on really dig into this because I think there's something about the United States American culture that is just, for lack of a better word, toxic and just really destructive to social mental health. But yeah, I just think about how extreme things are these days with social media, with Tinder. These things didn't exist, and
Hmm.
I've made videos about this before. So I think the video is called "The Mean Shall Divide Us." That there's a kind of new. This happens throughout human history. That there's some new mean that arises, whatever the category you might be talking about. So, say when agriculture comes onto the scene, you have a new standard of living, effectively. And I
Hmm.
made a video about this years ago. How we see about 8,000 years ago throughout the globe, everywhere where agriculture emerges, you see an incredibly skewed ratio of success in terms of just reproduction of women to men. I think, if I recall this, there was a ratio something like, for every 17 women who reproduce, only one man does. And this goes on for quite some time because you have this, essentially, this levels out also over time, although women are always have been more successful, but not to that degree, because you have a new mean being established. And I think what's going on here is that people of our generation, I think in the best case scenario, I'm not, when I was in really good shape, and I might have been hitting a 6.5. I say this because I'm sort of average looks, but I was best, I used to lift, I still lift, but I was in pretty good shape. I had a kind of unique look, tatted up, piercings, whatever. I'm not sure if I think I would probably subtract 3 to 4 points, just given how skewed things are today. Which is to say, back in the day, in our generation, if you were a 6 or a 6.5, you were going to get laid. I mean, I did get laid. Not compared to some guys who fucking, they're,
I was fat.
90 or... I was prior to lifting too, sure. That was an obstacle. And certainly, and that's the thing. I mean, they're right. I mean, when I started hitting the gym, I definitely had more success. I'm also going to say in my case, I didn't ever thought about it. It was just, whatever, being pierced and stuff, having tats, that also seemed to amplify my success for whatever reason.
Really?
Yeah. And things like that. But I'm pretty sure that the new mean that's emerging is something that would have been maybe a 7.5 or maybe a 7 or an 8 back in our day, which would have been kind of on the high end. You would have gotten laid a fair bit. And I think that's what's really happening, that a new mean is being established. I don't want to say artificially, because what's artificial, but by social media and the things that people see. So it's always the Pareto distribution, which isn't a perfect metric, but the sort of 20-80 that always existed to some degree, but was constrained by the lack of certain media elements when we were growing up. I mean, when we were growing up, the internet existed towards the sort of tail end of our teenagehood, I guess, but it was minimal. There was none of this, right? So you still had mitigating factors, and furthermore, because of that, people were limited by their essentially their proximity to other people. So you look back, back in the day, if you were in some small village wherever, you'd tend to shack up with whoever you could get access to because that was what was available. And certainly, say in the 90s, that circle of availability had expanded since centuries, but it still wasn't the social media, dating app, Tinder based expansion, in the sense that there was still a limited pool and almost limited by your physical, what was visible, what was immediately before you, who you knew in your immediate circles. And that sort of touches on some of the things you brought in, who you knew, friends and stuff. But fundamentally different from today, where you can get on a dating app. And in the early-ish mid-2000s, I had tried some online dating with mostly appalling success, on occasion some, where you can say 100-mile radius, 1,000, whole country, whatever. I mean, these are things that just didn't exist. So I don't like to use the term artificial, but something has massively skewed what we conventionally might have done in our generation, and as a rule is what our species has done, due to just obvious environmental constraints. And so I'm thinking that a lot of you made a video about sort of 30% of men, primarily not
didn't have a partner last year. Yeah.
Right. Well, part of that is the mass sort of overweight obesity phenomenon, because
Yes.
yeah. But I also think that part of that is just the way social media works. I mean, I'll bring back Jules into the picture. The gods bless his soul. I mean, if I think Jules still would have been Jules in 2019 because he was a Chad. He would have
Yeah.
gotten on Tinder. Women would have swiped him. He would have, with his boyish, starry-eyed looks, would have. And also, I should add that this guy had. I mean, he wasn't dumb. He was pretty smart, but he didn't
Hmm.
really have tangible skills, and he ended up getting a really cushy job at I believe, the EU Aeronautical Commission as a PR guy, because of the way
Right.
he looked. Driving a nice car. So yeah, I think that's a huge factor, the influence of media. Of course, the obesity epidemic is another one, but I just think that so many that I I'm willing to concede that I might have ended up in that book. 'Cause I was just, I wouldn't say I was socially awkward. I had a okayish
Oh, I
childhood.
was.
Well, okay, and there are obviously differences, but no, I didn't have my first kiss till I was 18. Late bloomer by those standards.
Right.
I caught up, I guess, throughout my 20s, and had a number of, as I like to joke, I stuck my pee-pee in lots of moist holes, relatively speaking, to
Mm.
the numbers prior. But I'm not sure that would have been an option. Um, and part of that is American culture, and I really want to dig down into that later. But it's undeniable that the social media has created new constraints, and I think there's a new mean that is slowly being established, that is just so disparate from previous standards that unless you're basically an eight, you're not going to have
You're in
huge
trouble.
success. Yeah, yeah, I really think
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
I almost have to wonder if one of the new strategies, I don't want to get too far off on this because it's just no, it's not an idea I'm sold on. But, Wojak talked about flipping the board and finding new friends groups if it's
Mm.
not working what you're in. I almost have to wonder if the people who are having more problems are going to have to use that social media for an international reach to find partners. Like you're not going to, if you're not finding anything locally, reach out, set that dating app to nationwide, set your feelers out internationally if you can,
Mm.
to find someone. Like it might be getting that kind of bad for the, what
Well,
would be the bottom 80%, bottom
yeah,
70%, something like that.
I guess it's inevitable now that I'm going to have to offer some major criticism of the U.S. culture and things of that nature. I mean, people often come to me, guys, for whatever reason. I don't know. I guess it's just this reputation I have, which may or may not be
And your
justified.
sexy voice, yeah.
Well, well, yeah, maybe that. Yeah, got to start that ASMR at some point in time. Working on it. People come to me and say, "Look, I heard about you, and start us. I really want, say, this is a different category, but it's related. Marriage and children. And I want to be successful, and I don't want to worry about these things. And I try to just come clean with them on that. You're not going to like what I have to say here, in that a lot of them just want, somebody from their own culture, oftentimes the same race, a sort of mating, whatever. And I say, well, look, the best case scenario, and I brought this example up on my channel, and you might not have heard it. I know you've only sporadically seen my stuff. There was a guy years ago, probably around our age, a little bit older at this stage. He was active 10, 12 years ago on YouTube. And he realized, he was from California, he realized that things were just not working out for him. He wasn't a bad looking guy by any stretch. I would say he was a solid seven. And he was, I guess, traditional. I believe he was somewhat religious. And
Hmm.
he realized that things were just not working out. He picked up on early signals, sort of, feminism, blah, 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 blah. He took a trip out to the Philippines. He started studying Tagalog, which is the local language.
Hmm. Yeah.
And long story short, he ended up shacking up with some female in the Philippines in a kind of small city. He learned the culture and the language, the customs, started a small business there. And to my knowledge, I think the female popped out 2 or 3 kids, and he's been stable ever since. Eventually, he took down his YouTube channel. It was years ago.
Right.
And it's a good example of why he chose the Philippines. Well, number one, the Philippines is very Catholic.
Hmm.
Two, I believe it's still illegal to divorce there. That might have changed. I
Mm.
don't think so because it's particularly autocratic at the moment with the current regime.
Yeah.
Um, and three, he knew that being in an isolated area where a woman has economic dependency on you will tether her to you in ways that simply don't exist in a country like Canada, the United States, where the government can intervene any time. And these are the prerequisites, the conditions that I tell men is if you want a quote unquote stable marriage these days, that's what you're gonna have to go for. It doesn't necessarily have to be the Philippines, but the Philippines seem to be a great prototype because it has those traditional values. There's still places that are isolated, and a lot of guys are just not having it. They want their whatever blonde, blue-eyed female from
Hmm.
Alabama or whatever the hell I says. But that's not. Then they talk about Eastern Europe, which is also just a load of poppycock. The divorce rates are higher in Eastern Europe to a
I was
large
looking
degree.
at that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've looked into this for years. So getting back to so those are the conditions. I do think there's something incredibly toxic. I think so many of your experiences I don't think you're a warped person by any means, but have warped you, that have created
Hmm.
damage in your life. Well, I wanted to say the very first, I brought this up, the first in this conversation before we started recording, you asked me how I was doing. Well, no one does
Yeah.
that except Americans. I
Except
just,
Americans.
yeah. It's a bizarre thing, but it's very telling about the culture. People say, "Oh, you're reading too much." And I'm not. Why is it that throughout the world, and not even within the Anglosphere, it's virtually only Americans who ask you a deep existential question, a question about your well-being as a greeting, and that you're expected in return to answer "I'm okay" or "I'm fine" or "I'm good," even though that might be the direct opposite of how you're feeling or what have you.
Right.
The United States sets in the world, in the globe, social precedents, cultural precedents that are followed, albeit with a ripple effect, throughout the rest of the world. Social media, dating apps, that all started in the U.S., probably, to the best of my knowledge. I'm thinking back. Um, and the extremes that are experienced there all start. It's a deeply superficial culture. You also have the keeping up with the Joneses mentality, which
True.
permeates everything. That affects not just pure material stuff, but social stuff as well. There's so many elements at play there, and I'm not going to lie. I mean, when I left the U.S. as a late teenager, more or less, there were some transition points, but basically a little over 20 years ago, and I wouldn't say near instantly, I started having more success. See, in the dating at the time,
Mm.
dating. I lost my virginity in Europe, and the vast majority of my ex-wives were European, et cetera, et cetera. There's something, and part of that might just be I'd never really wanted to engage with American culture because I always sensed there was something really screwy about it.
Mm.
And I'll give you another example. I remember I was visiting about 10 years ago, and I went to a Gap. I don't know if this still exists, a store, because it doesn't exist in Europe. But Gap, clothing store.
Yeah, I know. So, yeah.
Yeah. And there was a saleswoman there, and I essentially was looking for a pair of jeans. And I'm not somebody who, this is not something I'm going to struggle with. I don't, I knew my size, whatever. And she asked me once, "Can you help?" Fine. Can I help you, sir? And how are you? The usual. I said, "No, I'm okay." And she kept on doing it. She at 3 times. I say to her, "Look, can you not? I'm fine. Don't. You're basically harassing me." And so she launched some diatribe, and it was awful. And there's so many qualities in the United States that amplify our already natural superficial predilections. Now, I'm not saying that people are different elsewhere. I mean, humans
Hmm.
are humans are humans. We're all the
Right.
same apes everywhere. But there's no doubt in my mind that there's an incredibly toxic environment in the United States that just dials everything up to the nth degree. That is not. I mean, a recent example, even in the current year, I know you must know about that really. I'll be honest, really ugly Swedish guy that made that video.
Yes. I know what
Yeah,
you mean.
he found a girlfriend,
Yeah.
both through essentially advertisements on YouTube, but nonetheless, I mean, she's also not attractive, but a sort of mating, whatever, seems to be a
Right.
good
Yeah.
fit. Um,
If they're happy, that's great.
yeah, so there's something I think that there's a huge. I was thinking, you're actually quite a legend yourself. I was talking about you with other
Oh,
people who, yeah, and I was telling an Austrian guy I know that had he grown up in Germany, I could. I mean, I don't want to have. I don't want to ascribe labels to you, but I'd imagine that you would have had more success growing up in, say, a place like Germany
Hmm.
than the United States. I don't think you would have, you maybe you wouldn't have had wild success, but you
Hmm.
wouldn't be
Hmm.
the guy who, lost his virginity towards the end of his 20s and all that other
Yeah.
stuff. I think
Almost a wizard, like by 3 months. Yeah.
almost right. I think things would have been fundamentally different because you don't strike me as that guy who, I mean, you've been forced by to you don't strike me as the typical American guy who's saying, "How Jim, how's it going?" Yeah, man, that sort of thing. Um, who I don't get that impression from you. I think, and also, even though I didn't grow up in the environment because I came later, I used to have discussions about this in my early 20s with ex-wives and with friends in Europe about how the different social dynamics work. That yes, that's all present. People are, when human animals are teenagers, they're the same teenagers.
Hmm.
But nobody, when I was talking, say, Germans or French, nobody, there wasn't this, nobody talked about, who got laid first. I mean, yeah, people were
Hmm.
still screwing around. But I remember, being called a loser in high school because I was 15 or 16 and I wasn't getting my pee-pee wet. It's like,
Hmm.
oh, they were the cool people. There was a kind of a social status attributed to just doing that as early as possible. That having talked with European friends, even though I arrived later, nobody really cares. Like, yeah, nobody obsessed about Hans because he was a virgin at 18 or something like that. It was a non-factor essentially.
Huh.
So I think that the United States, and people don't like this. People often ask me, why I don't like it. Why there's so many, but much of it, not all of it. A lot of it also has to do with being unaffordable. Dude.
Hmm.
I was watching a couple of months ago a documentary and documenting people living in sewer pipes outside of Las Vegas. That's not something that would happen here in Europe. In this sort of there's so many things wrong with the U.S., but I think the social dynamics are a huge factor. Everything's supposed to be bigger than it actually is, and what have you. And I'm almost convinced that you would not be in your current situation, the dilemma you find yourself in, because your environment. I think that the U.S. environment, especially given your generation, as we're such similar age, has crippled you. No, I don't think you would have ended up some Chad or something, but I think you probably would have had some experiences by now. Maybe I'm not going to give an account, and you also might. That's the other thing. I mean, long-term partnerships another thing that I think it's screwed in modernity in general. But you would have at least had experiences. You wouldn't be in the situation. That's my. I can only offer anecdotes, but I think my relative conviction here, because everything is dialed up to the nth through. Everything is just this obsessive keeping up with the Joneses, the superficiality, the the uh, the fakeness, the fakery is just. I mean, you asked me earlier, how do Europeans feel? Just say hello. If I walk into
Hmm.
a supermarket, nobody's gonna say. There's just you say hello or good day, and that's it. There's no pretension of. I've heard. I haven't talked to him in a while, but I have a friend, acquaintance, who lives out in the Northwest. He was telling me a year or two ago how it's gotten to the point where people ask you about your weekend and your activities in addition to why they don't even know you. Um, so I think that's a huge factor. But the issue of long term partnership, because you talk about it too. I mean, I'm rambling on, but this is probably another important topic that you probably did have opportunities, but they were shit opportunities. You talked about people who just took
Oh yeah.
whatever they could get. Now
Yeah.
this kind of segues a little bit into MGTOW matters because I my view of things. So I wanted this one is that I don't think, at least for given my situation, it has been for years worth pursuing that stuff. The magic has worn off. It's not that every relationship I had was terrible. I had okayish ones. It's just that probabilistically speaking, and you just lose the desire after a certain point. And I think that's the thing. I'm willing to offer concessions here that I understand if you've never had experiences or you've had
Few.
few, very
Yeah.
few, the
Very few.
crave,
Yeah.
it's like you hear, I've used the pizza, and you hear about this amazing thing, this thing called pizza, and and you've tasted it once or twice. Wow, and it's 15 years, and everyone's talking about it. I mean, women are, I think, the most overrated commodity out there in many ways, because some of them are just, most of them are these, especially these days, are awful to deal with. Neither here nor there. But everyone says it's great. Same thing with sex. I remember, I mean, this is a common experience for guys who become red pilled. That, once you have sex and you really, wait, that was it, really? I just had my pizza. Wait, it's just food? I'm gonna shit it out too? What? You mean that what? I remember being with my first short-term girlfriend at the time. Incidentally, she ended up cheating on me, and I know why
Oh,
retrospectively. The guy she cheated was just vastly more Chad than I was, vastly. And the guy was like a nine, or it's obvious retrospectively. I couldn't figure it out at the time. I was 19, but yeah, I just thought to myself, even talking to her, really that was it. Um, so yeah, I think that if you've never had those experiences, and everyone is pedestalizing it, and look, sex sells, and women want to amplify their essentially their only commodity, their bodies and their companionship, then yeah, it's going to sound like you being deprived of that is the worst thing ever. Because there's another critical factor here, Money, and I noticed the generational gap here too. That I know tons of guys that came came into, I guess, the manosphere of MGTOW stuff in their mid-teens, and so are kind of in their early 20s now, that you could say fit the bill of FA. They've never had female interaction. They don't care though. They do their own things. They have interest. They don't talk about it because it doesn't really interest them. It's not a craving that they have that affects them at all. And I'm wondering if it's not in part sort of the message and the difference in atmosphere. Um, so the other thing, and I want to ask you,
hmm
you've loved comments in your comment section that cite, MGTOW is just cope. Now, I don't know. I mean, a lot of people have forgotten him. God's rest his soul. But Barbarossa was the first big YouTube MGTOW guy. I owe a great deal of my success, if you want to call it, or my reputation to him, because he first endorsed me. I'm probably the last relic from that time, at least from back in that day. But he was the first. He made great videos, very inspirational, very informative. And this guy got laid a ton. I mean, no one ever assumed, although there was an episode where Aaron Clary was trying to demand proof of, and this was years ago, that he actually got laid. It wasn't a virgin. It was totally asinine and infantile. But um, nobody really thought that he was some guy who was struggling with success. In fact, even now, I mean, he's been in a long-term relationship for quite some time. Um, Although some people criticize him for that. The point I'm making is that there's been a generational shift, and even the guys who just their receptivity to a certain message was not about this FA thing. It was about, it's okay if you just do your own thing and don't obsess about that. And I know a number of guys who are in their late teens, early 20s who are very smart. They have really a cool set of interests, and they're making use of those interests. They're studying interesting things, and they really want to do something within their these pursuits. And they're not spending day and night thinking about women. I mean, I'm at least openly, maybe secretly behind closed doors. I doubt it though. I think there's been a real shift there, and I also think that the age is a critical factor here. That at the time, say 8, 10 years ago, when MGTOW first started up on YouTube, that it was a different generation. See, I came to the whole thing, and Barbarossa was my first inspiration. God's rest his soul, as I always say. Without Barbarossa, there would be no Stardust. Um, Having had a bunch of relationships, and my last relationship, which ended in the 2010s, was it was pretty whatever. I mean, she was pretty attractive. She was 11 years younger. I was already purple pilled back then. I was just thinking, why am I bothering? I had so many experiences, and a lot of
hmm
that stuff just confirmed it for me from MGTOW, from Barbara. Was like, yeah, this is all true. What the hell? This is just the juice just wasn't worth the squeeze, to use his famed expression. Um, been trying to figure out why it is that the impression from say FAs or whatever that MGTOWs just cope. I still get that in the comment section. There's some dudes who are like, "Oh, you're just a virgin." Okay. I think part of that is this problem, what I call of self-extrapolation, that we're limited by our own perspective, and so we extrapolate from ourselves onto other people.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That people just think, well, it's been my experience, therefore, I've made it a conscious effort on my part for years to try to put myself in other people's shoes, to know that because everyone's experience is different. It comes to every. I mean, you're an IT expert, right? I don't know what aspect of IT. I imagine you can code and program and whatever, right? So you're a lord of Python and C++. I can't do jack shit with that stuff.
Right.
But you probably, smart as you are, would never assume that you just meet somebody and assume that they're masters of C++ or that they can just do
Right.
that.
Yeah.
That applies to every range of human experience. I started picking up on this years ago because I do have some linguistic talent, not huge amounts. That I was just doing much better than other people. I was, I got rewards in my subject at the time was in German, and then when I was teaching foreign languages, I noticed that some people were just, it was kind of GG for them from the outset. This wasn't happening, and so I know that you can extrapolate from your own experiences. And at the same time we kind of have to. So
Right.
I don't like to use the term projection because it's very negatively connoted. But I do think there's a lot of people in FA just assume, well, I can't fathom what it would be like not to constantly crave and want relationships with women. Therefore, anyone who denies that as the primary modus operandi is lying and must fit into my own category. That's my view, at least, and I'd like to hear what you have to say about that.
Okay. Well, first I wanted to make a brief comment on the American culture thing
Yes,
because
please.
you're right about it warping me, and part of it, and this is part of how I got my political channel going, is I grew up in hour east of D.C. I grew up around the parents of the social justice types and the modern. A lot of people are talking the left has gone crazy. Okay, to me, the left has always been crazy. Now, not as extreme as they are today, but all the basics you're seeing now, calling everybody that disagrees with them a Nazi, not being able to see anyone else's point of view, being in this social bubble where they think that, everybody hates Trump. But if you look at the polls, I think he had a 50% approval rating there for a while. Like half the voting population voted for him. But to them, in their blue bubbles, that's nobody. Like, so to me, that's probably part of what warped me. Because if you think the social justice types and the crazier left, if you think they're just like that online, no, they're like that in their day-to-day lives. That's
Yeah,
how they are.
and I've seen those videos, and I agree. I mean, I was spared this because at least on my father's side, first generation American, and political dispositions are heritable, and my parents are centrists, and lo and behold, what I became also basically a kind of apathetic centrist in political matters.
Right.
So I didn't have any of those.
Right, but even
weird
their
stuff.
politics aside, just the way they act and the way they
Yeah.
behave, if you think that they're just mean and nasty because they're doing this for their social media followers, no, their parents were like that.
Really?
That's where they got it from.
Can you
Yeah,
give
I
me
mean, it
can you give me
wasn't
some
it wasn't
examples growing up of some kind of kooky views that your parents might have held that
well,
map
it
onto?
wasn't my parents. My
Okay.
parents weren't like them, thank
Okay.
God.
Right.
But the first obvious one was in middle school, where some of the girls were, I don't remember exactly what this, mind you, this is conversations like 25 years ago, so I can't quote
Right.
them for you. But basically, they were being sexist against boys. And I pointed it out, and they said that they can't be that it's okay for them to be sexist against boys because boys oppressed girls throughout all of history, and they're just getting even.
Right.
And you hear this kind of thing now, like you can't be racist against white people. Well, back then, it was just focused on gender.
Yeah, I remember that vaguely. Yeah.
Right. And there was one of my recent videos, I did a quote from a Reason magazine article that Jonathan Haidt had wrote, where I don't remember who it was, some playwright talked about wanting to
Oh.
exterminate all the Republicans.
Yes. Yeah. I know.
Yeah, and
who that
you know
is.
what?
Yeah.
When I was in high school, I remember having political debates in class thinking to myself, these kids would murder me if they had the opportunity. And even back then, there was this if they didn't say it outright, you got this distinct vibe that they wanted to kill their political opponents. So it does it surprise me that they look the other way with Antifa violence? No, it doesn't surprise me at all because that's what they
Interesting.
want. Like the in San Jose before the election, when Trump supporters were attacked openly in our streets and the police stood there and did nothing. You can see videos and photos of this kind of thing. Um, I mean, it surprised me that that happened in America, but and it sort of surprised me that there wasn't a bigger political backlash to that because if the adults were in control of America, you would look at that and say we can't have our voters attacked in the streets because it undermines democracy. There's you have to worry about things like the legitimacy of the elections, but people don't care.
Right.
If you're having voters attacked in the streets, but so yeah, the kind of it was the volume was lower, but it was still the same music. Basically, was my experience growing
Interesting.
up where I did. Now, of course, I also knew the friendly dope smoking hippie types that
Mm.
really just wanted peace and love and all that. Okay, I mean, yeah, okay, it's not every single last one of them, but it's too many is the problem, and that I don't know if social media has just amplified them or if since I grew up that kind of thought process culture spread. I mean, I remember back, like in working environments, you just had to keep your mouth shut if you had dissenting views,
Mm.
and I assume it's probably like that now.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, I again, the high school. I mean, I nobody was seemed very political in my during my time, so I guess I didn't catch a lot of that. I first started to catch some of that stuff at university.
Hmm.
What I know it picked up on were, I guess you could say, the first things I had manifestly seen identified as sort of identity politics. You had all these student groups, so to speak,
Hmm.
of all made up of different ethnicities. There was the Latino student union or whatever, and the black one, and the Chinese one, the Korean one, and the Jewish one, and the Caribbean. I think there's a Caribbean one too. Is it, it was the veritable rainbow of everybody, all kind of forming these weird, to me, because I've always been, for better or worse, pretty individualist. These groups that are predicated on essentially their ethnic or racial affiliation. That's when I look back on it, that was my first sort of, I guess, hint of being dropped to me of, well, something's really strange. And the fascinating thing I thought retrospectively was that even within these groups, you had the FOBs, the fresh in the case of the East Asians, like you had the Korean Student Union, but the Korean Student Union was a Korean American one, right? And they
Mm.
didn't accept the FOBs really because they were
Oh,
different. The same with the Chinese because they were Chinese American. They didn't really accept those. Um, it was it was really it was looking back on it was quite eye opening, and I couldn't comprehend why anyone would want to belong to something like that in my ignorance
yeah.
and youth. Why would you? I mean, because that just didn't make sense. So you're going to join a student group because you belong to X group. Just that's the only reason. Okay. Um, I understand it now, obviously,
Yeah.
but it seemed bizarre to me because I always colluded with people, so to speak, based on common interest, overlapping personality, and other things were really an afterthought. To be honest, and I'm pretty sure that's how you operated. Typically, you didn't do that the whole
Yeah.
yeah. But I saw looking back, and I saw the seeds planted there. I guess, and it made me. It was only much later that I realized just how primitive people are typically being driven by
Tribal
tribal
motives. Yeah.
affiliations. In this case, it was sort of ethnic or racial, but you see it politically, and I see it in the manosphere. I mean, people, I, I see it with MGTOW. That there's a sort of MGTOW click-esque kind of thing where that anything outside of that is unacceptable.
Hmm.
It happens everywhere.
Yeah. It
The,
will.
the tribal, but to me, it still doesn't register with me because I've never. I mean, I think everyone has a kind of tribe, and people say, I've talked to a lot of different people across the political spectrum. I've talked to a lot of people, say on the far right. They'll say, "Well, Stardust, what's your tribe?" My tribe are the people I get along with. you know, it's
Yeah, makes sense.
yeah.
Yeah.
what and yeah, they come from a wide. I don't have a lot of friends, but I have a handful of very close friends, and they all come from disparate backgrounds from my own. And I we get along because we get along. I mean, you could go into details, but it's just I don't get that. And I saw, looking back on the seeds of that, I never thought it would bloom, so to speak, to the current state of affairs where it's insane. I mean, I unironically, I was on a different server some weeks ago where the this was an unironic conversation. The guy was talking about, he actually took some time to read about sort of heritability of political dispositions, which is rare.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pet interest of mine, not more sort of genetics in general.
Mm-hmm.
And and the reason why is because he wanted to sort of come up with some plan for sort of basically displacing the conservative or right-leaning population,
Mm-hmm.
through essentially through breeding techniques. And he was happy about the current state of affairs because it seems to apparently be going that direction. And then the thing that really shocked me is he said, "Well, if we can't do that, we'll just put them away in prisons or camps." What?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was unironic. He just said that and said,
Yeah.
but
Doesn't surprise me. Yeah.
and his view was that, and I think this is also is based in part on the way they think, is that they would never be charitable to us. They would never be fair or just to us. So why should we bother to them? And I think this is one of the big polarizing things, that nobody wants to give people a break in the sense of just being somewhat charitable, steel manning, operating in good faith. Forget it. Things you and both and I'm looking from across the sea, as it were, but things have never been this polarized in my lifetime. It's absolutely insane that there'll be people who just point a finger instantly at you if you say one sentence and they say, "Oh, well, you're this." Yeah.
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 Yeah, I think, well, part of it too is like from that Reason magazine article. Jonathan Haidt talked about how liberals fail political Turing tests, where they did surveys with liberals, conservatives, and moderates, and sometimes they told them, answer as yourself. Sometimes, and other times they told people, okay, you're a conservative, answer as a moderate. Okay, you're a liberal, answer as a moderate, and you're a moderate, answer as a liberal. And consistently, conservatives and moderates could answer as liberals, but liberals could not answer as conservatives. I think they couldn't answer as moderates either, and it's because liberals they lean heavy on two of the moral foundations. There's 5 or 6 of them,
Right.
and so conservatives can understand liberals, but a good chunk, I think it's like 60% of liberals, don't understand conservatives, and that's why they see them as evil.
I think I know why that's the case. I mean, it's my own. I've been thinking about this. Is that
Mm-hmm.
say look at the quality of quote unquote compassion, which is pretty skewed, but liberals, quote unquote, right? They're more compassionate, and what
Right.
so typically, if you look at our prehistory as animals, we were more likely than not to extend compassion to kin, those related to us. This expanded to cultural circles and nations eventually. Conservatives are still sort of playing that game, right? They're still
Yeah.
more likely to extend that compassion and friendliness, but they're worried about borders because conservatives are more concerned about, you could say, contamination, if you want to put it in a harsh way, or
Yeah,
its
purity
foreign
is the
elements,
moral
right?
foundation, yeah.
Exactly. Now, if you look at things, we should talk about this too. As I mentioned the first time we talked about sort of gradients or on a spectrum, you could just say that liberal compassion is just it's human compassion, dialed up to 11,000, and so it makes sense that conservatives could understand that because conservatives are compassionate too. They just have a smaller in group to extend that
Mm-hmm.
compassion to. Whereas the idea that there should be limitations, that doesn't seem to be that seems to be antithetical to any sort of liberal leaning person.
Mm-hmm.
To the idea that there should be borders or delineations, that because compassion, quote unquote, compassion becomes such overwhelming, so overwhelming a virtue that it overshadows everything else. And I can understand from that perspective why liberals wouldn't understand the conservative perspective, because there are no borders
Right.
or barriers or any limits really. Whereas if compassion is on a spectrum, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah,
Loyalty first to your family,
yeah,
then to your extended family,
yeah,
then to your neighborhood, to your county, to your state, to your
yeah,
nation.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But the liberals just whatever. Let's let the world in. I mean, there are people that
Right.
just honestly think that no, no immigration restrictions, no, not that this is the way to go. And when I try to point this out, and I don't know why, still get accusations this day that I'm one thing or another. I'm very centrist, but that in a world of finite resources, you're going to have to impose some limitations on who can come in and
Hmm.
what can, because again, finite resources, right? Even
Well,
if it's
that's something
pragmatic.
else about the
Yeah,
left. I noticed about a lot of the liberals I knew. They don't believe in finite resources. They think
yeah.
there's enough for everyone. And the only reason that some people have less is because other people are greedy.
They also
And it seems
don't.
to be like deep in their bones, like it's a deep intuition. I don't think this is something that they rationally. I mean, they'll rationally defend it. Don't get me wrong,
But
but
Monday,
it
they
seems like
also
it's a
believe
deep
in
intuition.
egalitarianism, which is poppycock. The idea that, I mean, this is another one of the great noble lies that human beings are all just basically the same. That we don't,
Same, yeah, we're not.
we're not. It's like I would miserably fail at your profession, not just because I'm a chronic insomniac, because I just lack the head
Right.
for it.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is kind of contained in the joke said to the back in the day to these coal miners. Well, just let them learn to code, right?
Yeah.
And we should get in this too, but about the intel. I mean, there's that what I call the below the
Yeah.
neckline fallacy that everyone is somehow equipped with the same cognitive
Tool set.
firmware, yeah, or tool
Oh,
set
yeah.
to get things done. When
Yeah.
this is another thing that's manifestly not the case. You just go to high school.
Yeah.
I struggled doing more advanced mathematics and calculus. I busted my ass. Ended up getting like a B or B plus. It was hard earned. I remember other guys just breezing through it. They color me surprised. A couple years later, I checked in. They ended up becoming mechanical engineers. I wonder how that worked. Well, and why I
Yeah.
didn't. Why I took a degree in German and Latin.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah. And if current trends continue, I think that a lot of the left are going to be shocked when they find out that, like in Europe, they're
mm,
importing a lot of Muslims.
yeah,
Psychologically, I'm going to say Muslims probably use all five moral foundations like European conservatives do,
yeah,
and behaviorally, they're going to be a lot more like conservatives are.
yeah.
So they're going to import this Muslim population, and they're probably expecting them to turn into good little liberals, and they're not going to do that. They're going to stay who they are.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. I don't know where this, somebody posted this is anecdotal, but there was some survey taken of which population would be most tolerated if your children or some relative of yours had a, I guess, cross-cultural interracial relationship with it, and the Muslims were the most tolerated of several different
Oh, really?
groups. Yeah, I can
Hmm.
send that to you later if I can dig it up. Um, yeah, but I mean, this is another issue. I call it the great cognitive divide. That the knowledge economy, which this is one aspect of your life of where you're well equipped to deal with, is not something that many people are well equipped to deal with, and it's another thing that seems to flabbergast and confound liberals because they just or left people in general because they assume that everyone's endowed with an identical capacity to do anything. I mean,
Yeah.
I've talked to people who honestly think that given sufficient time, anyone could become an Einstein. It's just a matter of sort of application and work, right? Or you could take your pick of whoever is really skilled. And I've realized that these guys, you're right, they're often in the asylum somewhere. Because what I always do, I try to break it down simply. I say, do you think the vast majority of people could become Olympic sprinters? I mean, let's say you gave them level, at that level, Hussein Bolt basically level. You gave them unlimited funding, training, the best coaches in the world. Do you still think? And some of them will say, "Well, yeah, because it's just a matter." But most of them can see that, yeah, the athletic talent is a thing, right?
Hmm.
And that it's discrete and it's divided amongst people. And then when you sort of push push the boundaries there and say, well, do you think that, well, they don't typically know who Alan Turing is or whatever, but the point is, do you think anyone
Right.
could be a big brain nibba and do
Yeah.
something that only big brain nibbas typically do? He said, well, of course, they just need. There's a kind of point of disconnection where they're going to say, well, not everyone could be Hussein Bolt, but pretty much anyone could be Einstein or Alan Turing if they just work hard enough, which is absolute poppycock. It's so silly. They're literally living on a different planet, and what's so disturbing about the left these days, because they have so much power and influence, is that
Mm.
they're not operating in reality in terms of their actual interpretation of the reality, our common reality. And so all of their policies and the way they approach things everything has something to do with they're just projections. They want a
Yeah.
policy that's not based in reality, essentially. And how do you deal with that? They're willing to say, yeah, not everyone can be Hussein Bolt, but anyone could be Alan Turing or Einstein. I mean, what do yeah,
Yeah.
it's
How do you
just
deal with that?
how do
Yeah.
you deal with that? How do you deal with a, a world where manifestly there are finite resources and you can extend them? I mean, they're the oil. We're both old enough. Remember back in the early 2000s, the oil worries and stuff, and now there are alternatives. I mean, but still, it's in some sense finite.
Right. Yeah.
That point, this has been my greatest point of frustration in political discussion, because we cannot start the springboard, so to speak, is not a common springboard. It's not. We're not starting from, okay, we have this
Exactly.
problem.
Yeah.
What do we do with it? Now, if you started from a common springboard, you could certainly adduce different solutions and say, well, maybe this might work, but it's not. They're starting from, I don't know, some other
Something
reality,
else. Yeah.
and I don't know what do you do about that? What do you do about that?
Yeah, I don't know that you do. I don't know if there is anything you can do about that. And that was something I noticed, 20 years ago growing up, thinking to myself, these people I thought that too. These people are living in a different reality than I am. And I don't, you can't bridge that. I don't think that you can. I mean, maybe you could change some of their minds through personal experiences. And
Hmm.
that happens occasionally. But on the massive civilizational scale that we have to deal with this stuff, yeah, I assume at some point one side is going to crush the other, is how it has to end.
Right.
Because a partition of the United States, like breaking it up in red states versus blue states, geographically probably wouldn't work very well. And then how would you, like, where would the military go to and all that kind of thing? I mean, maybe we could return to some earlier version of the Constitution where states had a whole lot more power, but I don't see that happening either. That
No.
way, if the
Well,
states had
states'
more
rights
power,
would be a great way to go, but that's not going to happen. You're right.
right, it's not going to happen. So if that's not going to happen, then I guess one side's going to have to crush the other. I don't see, like, what's the alternative here?
I
I mean, if I'm missing something, please speak up.
No, I don't see, especially in the context of the U.S., many alternatives. Federalism is dead, as you
Yeah.
pointed out, and I've often thought, this is the other thing that really gets me, is that their unwillingness to concede anything.
Mm.
So, you know, you just try. So I try to present everyone's side to try to create some sort of cooperative degree of cooperation and say discussion or debate.
Hmm.
So if I say something like, which I'll be labeled a racist or and that type of person. Look, if you come from a country like Norway, right,
Hmm.
that has been incredibly homogenous for centuries, if not millennia, right, and all of a sudden you have very alien culturally looking people. They seem the crime is on the rise, and you feel taken back by that. I'm not,
Hmm.
forget about anything else. Don't you think? Is it not understandable that people would feel a sense of fear or just ill at ease or anything like that? Really mildly putting it. By the way, I'm
Right.
not an ethno-nationalist. I don't get accused of this immediately, but still, that's just putting yourself in their shoes. Just
Yeah, I understand what you're getting at. Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, I talked to a guy from Norway the other day, from Tromsø, which is one of the most northern towns in the world. I mean, it's basically they have perpetual sunlight right now. That's how far north it is. Talking
Neat.
about the police force had to have been expanded by dozens and dozens
Hmm.
in recent years, and that would not make people feel ill at ease or just a little bit off, and they won't even concede that. I mean, you can't even nothing. They're not willing to make any concession of trying to walk a mile in the other guy's shoes, which is such an important thing when you're trying to understand the world and not. When we talk about the problem of self-extrapolate, all they do is extrapolate from themselves, project, and they're not willing to make concessions. They're not willing to say,
Yeah.
"But look, in this situation, why don't you just, I don't know, let them just go about it this way because it's understandable why they would feel a certain way."
Right.
Or talking about partitionship of the United States, look, you already have a quasi-partition, the liberal coastal elite, right? They live on,
Right.
planet X, and everyone else is living on planet Y. And what they're not willing, the left, to do is concede any ground. Say, look, we can get our whatever, and we can let's talk about a fiction that'll never happen. You do partition the
Okay.
United States into different parts, and they're agreed upon territories, and you have the territory of the left, and they have open borders, and it's just a, I don't know, a smorgasbord of whatever, right? And other states are allowed to have more limitations. Maybe they're more conservative. They won't concede that. They won't allow people to just go their own way and do their own thing. That's what's disturbing to me, because I've always been a live and let live type of guy. I imagine you are too.
Yeah, I am. Or
Yeah.
I was.
What? Yeah. Well. Yeah.
And then I read Mencius Moldbug. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh wow. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. They don't allow that. They don't concede that. They won't concede the possibility. So if you grow up
Do
in
you know
some,
why?
go on.
Do you know why? I think I know why.
Because they think they're right.
Not just that, but if someone is living off the liberal reservation and they're having a better life, that makes what they're doing look horrible. Like if one state broke off the United States and became conservatopia or whatever, or formed its own little kingdom, the kingdom, the Trumpan kingdom, run by the King Trump,
Right.
and it became prosperous and happy, and the streets were paved with gold, and beautiful women are frolicking everywhere, and all this and that. They would nuke the place. They would just drop every nuclear weapon on it as soon as they could.
Because it serves as counter evidence to their main.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, like probably one of the most I'm thinking about if I want to mention this or not. The thought occurred to me when I was watching a Joe Rogan podcast, and he was interviewing some guy that was he was running a program called, what was it, Hunting Hitler or something like that on the History Channel, or Finding Hitler. They were trying to find like where the Nazis went after World War II down in South America.
Yeah.
And they showed some of these places, and it was built by Germans and former Nazis, and damn, it looked like paradise down there. And I thought to myself, this would be such an affront to the modern left, because these former Nazis built this beautiful place, showing that, well, apparently you don't need to be on the liberal reservation to get this kind of stuff done. And if they saw that, they probably want to destroy the whole thing.
Yeah.
This
video is definitely going to be demonetized. Just saying. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm not supporting the descendants of I'm not supporting the Third Reich here. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that if you can, that's why I used the example of a kingdom.
Yeah.
Because most people are not triggered by monarchy.
Right.
Maybe in Europe they are. I don't know.
Triggered. That's another
Trigger.
thing.
Yeah. Yeah, triggered by monarchy. That's why, like I said, that's why I used that example. But yeah, if you showed something off the liberal reservation, and it looks better, and then if you want to really doubly offend them, have it be some nationalist place, then something that goes real counter to the left's narrative. They're going to hate that place and want to see it destroyed. Now, why are they like that exactly? I don't know.
Well, I have an idea. I think in part, sort of dovetailing on what you're saying now, got my noggin jogging a bit. I think part of the issue with the left is it's not that they like dysfunction per se, but as long as there's dysfunction, observable dysfunction, they have something to whinge and gripe about and to change, agitate for. So, for example, you know, if you had a reasonably functional society that is more or less stable,
Hmm.
um, there's not. I mean, there are little things that can be done here and there, but there's nothing. There's no massive social problem. So when you have a state of not necessarily anarchy, but relative chaos, dysfunction, disharmony, what better breeding grounds for quote unquote liberal ideas? Oh, we can do this and we can fix this. But when you have a place that's more or less functional, say like Norway
Right.
or Sweden, it's like, you know, I mean, they're different now, but there's not a lot to sort of interject there. Like, well, you do this. Depression's an issue. Alcoholism is an issue. So having a perpetual state of bedlam is
Hmm.
great because you can always say, "Hey, look, all these problems. We need to fix things." You know, liberals are always about, at least in theory, fixing quote unquote problems, even though they're not living in reality these days,
Right.
most of them. But I think that's part of it. I think that they want that state of disorder and bedlam
Yeah.
to operate in because then there's always a problem to talk about and worry about and deal with. And almost axiomatically, I have to think of Dr. Thomas Sowell, who's always stated, as you probably know, there are no solutions. There are
Trade-offs.
trade-offs, right? And so
Yeah.
the trade-off philosophy is something that doesn't resonate for them, with them, because that how that would
Right.
that because they're also utopian, right? I
Right.
mean, they're everything they think about is utopian. Like everyone can be an Alan Turing or an Einstein. Um, I mean, I again, I don't want to get too far into this territory, but
Well,
well, no, I
you
wanted to
you
just bring
brought
up
up.
an example where
Okay.
it was a legitimate person on the far left who, incidentally, was also quote unquote transgender, neither here nor there, or maybe indeed here and there, who was claiming that the reason why there's a 75% black American representation in the NBA is just culturally, they have hoops in their backyards and their local parks, and this allows them to practice more, which makes them in the majority of the best basketball players in the country. That's what
Hmm.
her or his argument was.
Hmm.
That's, I mean, that's just nonsense, obviously.
Well, as we were talking it out, there was two things came to mind. One is, yeah, if things were going well, they would have nothing to virtue signal about.
Yes.
And two, one of the early videos I made on my channel, I completely forgot. I can't believe I forgot about this. Um, it was based off a speech that Brett Weinstein gave, how he talked about how he thought the left had a bad actor problem. And this was when he talked about that, it brought back some earlier memories. And I think part of what might be going on, just to kind of condense all the information, is that if you look at political surveys, leftists typically have higher empathy than conservatives.
Hmm.
The left
Yes.
is also composed of a lot of other groups like LGBTQ, abused women, minorities, that kind of thing. Now, human beings that are predatory don't choose their victims randomly. They choose people they see as being vulnerable. That's why the elderly are often targeted for crimes.
Mm-hmm.
Physically and mentally, they're slowing down. They just make easier victims. Well, if you have a bunch of people who are higher in empathy, if I remember correctly, they're more vulnerable to things like gaslighting. There's certain abusive strategies that if you're high in empathy, you're more vulnerable to. And then, of course, LGBTQ, minorities, battered women, that kind of thing. Those are also other vulnerable groups. So I suspect Brett Weinstein, when he talked about the bad actor problem, this is what it was: is that certain kinds of predators are drawn to the left, and that they have now taken over. And if I'm in the ballpark of being correct about this, that's probably also what happened in places like the French Revolution or in the workers' paradise of the Soviet Union, where it may have started off with people who were high in empathy, who had well intentions, who got overtaken by these predators, and that would be why they hate seeing, because certain types of predatory people hate seeing people be happy. They want people to be miserable. They want people to be less happy than them. I think narcissists are one of those types. Um,
Well,
so
yeah, that's interesting. That's a great observation because when communism in the 20th century was a major force, you really just saw how things were divided. The people within groups that were opposed to it were the people that were successful, competent, who
mhm,
could work within a certain, you could say, market or economic, so political economic framework. the people who embraced it were those who weren't as competent.
Confident.
And I mean, and then you get the sort of spectrum here. So there's someone like Ayn Rand, whose I believe her father's property had been seized by the Bolsheviks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm.
and so she develops this lifelong, not just antipathy, but obsession with not isn't any like what she calls objectivism, where the ultimate good is your production and your own
Hmm.
competence. And I think there's a lot sort of I mean it's also detached from reality to varying degrees, but this seems to be the divide really with people on the left. They don't like because it's a bitter pill to swallow. I mean, and getting back to the FA thing is it's I
Yeah.
guess painful to see Chad. Let's bring up our good friend Jules again. Chad Boyish
Ooh.
looks Jules, who's has a cushy PR job now, driving a fucking Mercedes, who he just was born a good-looking guy. That's
Yeah,
what
he
he
was.
did, and meanwhile you're busting your ass to do whatever or get
Yeah,
a
I'm not
job.
getting any results. Actually, since you bring that up, there was one time I was talking with a married lady friend of mine about my dating problems, and this married lady friend of mine, she's a very good looking woman. She was in her late 30s when I knew her, but she was still like head turner, put her
Hmm.
on TV, kind of good looking. Her husband was the same way, very handsome man, very successful. And to understand the context of this talk I had with her about my dating problems, I need to tell you about something that happened about, I think it was about 2 weeks before. She was at a soccer game with her husband, and they were there because her daughter was playing on the field. And she's good enough looking that it causes her some social problems. In this particular case, while the teenage girls were playing on the soccer field at the game, apparently, I don't know if they allow drinking at these games or these dads were just jackasses or what. But apparently, some of the other fathers further down the field, I don't know if they had a stadium there or exactly what the setup was, but in another part of the audience, were talking about how much they wanted to have sex with this married woman I knew. But they were a little bit less polite than I'm being right now about how they were saying it.
Yeah.
And apparently, they were saying it loud enough that their teenage daughters on the field could hear them. So at some point, one of the daughters broke down crying, and then some of the other daughters broke down crying. So they stopped the game. Like, why is everybody crying? And and one of them finally said, basically what was going on. And then the wives of these men started crying, and they were screaming at their husbands, and the big dramatic scene over the whole thing. And like about 2 weeks later, when I was talking with this married lady about my dating problems, I said to her, if I was spending my life constantly losing out to men like your husband, he's tall, he's handsome, he's financially successful, he's charming, I wouldn't like it because I'm losing, but I understand it. I can look at him and see what women
Yeah.
want. But I'm losing out to the guys like the dads at the soccer game. That's who I'm
That's
losing out to. I think that's going to make you a lot more bitter and resentful than
You don't
losing out.
strike me as bitter though. I mean, in
I
all the
yeah,
videos.
I was for a while, but that was long
Well,
before I made my videos.
yeah, I think sometimes there's a kind of age-induced wisdom. My big my biggest bugbear, as I mentioned in recent videos, I used to just because it's sort of the thing that limits me the most with my insomnia. I sleep basically 1 to 4 hours on average every day,
Oh my God,
and for more than 2 decades. So
how
I'm
are you
literally
not dead?
well, I'm dumber. I'm probably a standard deviation below what I normally would
Where you
be.
should be.
I'm slower. I'm weaker. Everything affects everything. So I became the worst that ever happened was I was living and working in South Korea, and my boss was a slave driver. It was the worst it had ever been, and I was a just walking zombie, and all I could think about was just me as this sort of zombie, and I felt a tremendous resentment towards people who sleep normally. Now I don't have
How
that, and
bad?
yeah, I don't have that anymore. But
Yeah.
with the way I relate to FA, if it, in this, even though I'm not FA and never really had been
Uh-huh.
at least until I was 18 or 19, is
Right.
people saying just take a shower. Have you tried drinking some tea? Have you tried smoking some marijuana? When I've
Oh,
tried basically every fucking thing on planet Earth, although there's one medication that was recently mentioned in the comment section, and I have an appointment with a doctor in 2 weeks. So I'm going to bring that up. Still, I mean, essentially everything, every
yeah.
conventional, and people are saying, well, you should do this. Have you tried going for a late night jog? Everything, right? And
Hmm.
not just once or twice, but consistently to see whether or not it yields result, and nothing really affects it or helps. And so I can relate to the sense of people just offering these, because I'm not bitter about it anymore.
Hmm.
But it's upsetting to me that I'm a diminished human being because of my inability to sleep.
Right.
And it's like you just mentioned, you'll be sleeping after this presumably until some like the afternoon. Really,
Yeah.
I don't even know how you do that, right? So I can totally get it. I used to be really bitter about people just being able to sleep a full 8 hours. It sounds weird, but
Yeah, well, it's especially insulting when you're watching men who you think these guys are way bigger assholes than I am,
hmm.
and they're doing fine. You
Are they
know,
doing fine though? I mean,
um, well, I mean, from at least, well, I guess if they're fantasizing about someone else's wife, maybe not, but
yeah.
at least superficially, it looks that way. Especially when you're younger and you don't have the perspective to realize, because you do bring up a good point. Are they doing fine? Because if they're just taking whatever comes along, if they're just having miserable relationships, you
Well,
know, you don't want that kind of thing. Um,
Monday, you have to remember one of the hallmarks of MGTOW is, I guess, is pointing out how dysfunctional so many marriages are, right? Where
yeah.
settling, and I think Wojak has made his admonitions or presented his admonitions as sort of settling, because you're creating a dynamic where you're probably not going to be very satisfied. I mean,
Yeah.
I, I mean, so at some point in time, I just lost interest in women just because I think they're, in general, terrible to deal with. And a lot of that, I had a lot of negative experiences, but just observing other, friends of mine or acquaintances with their
Hmm.
partners'
Hmm.
wives or whatever. I mean, why would you deal with that? I still have to scratch my head about this. And so, one of the things is, I mean, the reality with you is that you could, if you really wanted, find something
Someone, anyone.
something that anatomically is female and is probably heterosexual and whatever, but you wouldn't be satisfied with it
Right.
because it wouldn't map onto your interests and it would basically make you less content than you already might be. And I suspect in the vast majority of cases, I mean, look at the whole cheaper to keeper phenomenon, which is a real thing,
Oh yeah. Yeah,
a
it
real
is.
thing. It's like,
Yeah.
well, I'm kind of, I made my bed. I might as well lie in it, and because I don't want to. I might as well just stick around because it sucks, but it'd be that much worse if we get a divorce or whatever. So, I mean, this is why I will never get. I mean, beyond my lack of interest in women these days in general, but just getting married, just it's insane because
Yeah,
the.
one of the I
Go
was gonna
on.
say one of the things I noticed, and I was wondering what your experience with this was, and it's something I haven't. I'm still kind of formulating in my head, and just from now, mind you, I've only had those two relationship experiences. I'm thinking about looking at other people's experience. It seems like the big mistake that most people are making is in the upfront selection process. Like that's where I think that it's actually going wrong for a lot of people. It's not, oh, we need relationship skills and counseling later here and there. No, it seems like it's more if, especially for the people who just take whatever comes along. I
Yes,
mean, literally taking whatever comes along. I mean that by itself is a massive mistake. Or
absolutely.
I'll tell you about a guy I knew who he was never very successful with women. Part of the reason was his looks. Like when we were graduating high school, he already had salt and pepper gray hair, and his facial skin was sagging.
Oh, you
He
mentioned
looked like
him. He
an
was
old
the guy.
man.
Look, he
I
was
did.
30. Who?
Yeah, he looked like he
Yeah.
was at least 30, right?
Hmm.
And he got when we were when we were actually 30, through a friend of a friend, he met a woman, and this woman was just starting her second divorce, and she said she liked him. And now, mind you, he visited this other friend out of state, and he decided to explore to see where this might go with her. And mind you, she had just like filed for divorce when those two started talking about maybe getting together. And I want to say maybe two, probably not even 4 weeks, did they ever spend in real life together before he moved out to the other state. to permanently go there with her because he visited her a couple times, but I'm gonna say it was maybe only 2 trips out there, like a week long each. Um, and as the day of him finally moving away in the summer was coming up, I found out more and more horrifying things about this woman. Like, okay, both marriages were to men that, like, one was a felon, so he couldn't get anything better than a truck driving job. The other guy just ditched her for his girlfriend and left. She had 2 different kids, one by each of these 2 different husbands. Um, when originally he was going to move out there just to date her, then he decided, no, we're gonna move in together right away because we get along so well.
Hmm.
And it was right around the time that she was about to be kicked out of her apartment because she couldn't pay the rent. And then, and I swear to God, I'm not making this up. It's too crazy to make up. Uh, that summer, he was moving out to be with her. She was just turning 21. And I mean, it's like, how do you get to be 21 years old with 2 divorces? And I mean, the divorce proceedings had just started. Like she wasn't even legally divorced at this point.
In a Darwinian sense, very successful.
Yeah, well, for her, I guess. Oh God, there was something else in that video that you watched that you're referencing that I forgot to mention. The first time, and when he was out there about 6 months or a year, I was talking to him on the phone, and the first time he asked her to marry him, she said no. Now, I don't know why, but he pestered her a second time and she finally said yes.
Hmm.
So they eventually did get married. But I was like, what in the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
And that's why I was wanted to ask you about, from what you've observed with your friends, from what I can tell, for a lot of people, it seems like things are going to go either well. The upfront selection process is pretty much what front load, if you want the relationship to go well, you got to front load that selection process right at the start. You get that right, and things might go okay. You get it wrong, you're going to end up down the ditch.
It's a matter of discipline, I think. Look, I think that you're an extremely disciplined guy. I mean, you're high in orderliness and conscientiousness. I think that most people don't, and most people just operate off of instinct, and they do not seek to superimpose their, I could say, a measure of thought and discipline onto it. So most guys, I've observed this. I was not like that myself, but I did observe just when I was younger, in my 20s, to take what they could get. It's called, this chick's pretty good looking. Why not? Sometimes I was taken in by just weird cues that confused me. So one of my ex-wives was, I guess a girlfriend. I mean, my terminology, I call them wives as a joke, but it turned out I had borderline personality disorder. But she was very attractive, blonde, green eyes, German girl. And I actually, at the time, was teaching some courses at a university, and one of my students was her roommate, and mentioned me, and so basically I had to sort of arrange a date, and I guess I have some sort of reputation. So, and I remember we were talking about birthdays or something, and she used, I mean, it doesn't sound as cool and quote unquote cool in English, but she called them protocol days, like like that sort of thing. I thought, oh, that's kind of a novel way of looking at things. And I initially thought that was a kind of interesting quirk rather than a sign of dysfunction. She was completely disparaging of all social conventions. And though I myself think that some social conventions could be done away with, she just kind of dismissed everything outright. And so I just thought, this is really interesting. I got to dig deeper here. I mean, you can get thrown off by things sometimes. And it turns out she had severe psychological issues, which subsequently affected me. I mean, my entire life course was thrown off by this relationship, neither here nor there. But generally speaking, most people don't have any filters. It just, especially guys, like, oh, she's pretty hot, cool. I mean, I have to say that my last relationship was with someone 11 years younger, Korean girl, who asked me out.
No.
And why not? She's pretty good looking. But, I mean, literally I was together with her retrospectively because she was good looking, she was youthful. That was it.
Younger, hotter, tighter?
Younger, hotter, tighter. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Deflowered her and all that jazz, whatever.
Oh.
And,
just thought, but generally speaking, I've not operated like that when I was younger, and but most guys did. She's pretty good looking,
Yeah.
and their justification. This is how primitive the mind is, particularly the male mind in this case, is if the girlfriend was sufficiently hot, that whatever other problems there might be, chronic depression, personality disorder, verbally abusive, in some cases physically, it didn't fucking matter. And
Mm.
I can actually think of my second relationship, which was kind of long term, my early 20s, where I was together with a girl, and I mean, I was young, and I made basically the calculus after over 2 years of being together with her. She was at the very least verbally abusive, on occasion
Oh.
physically abusive. That she had huge knockers, and
Uh-huh.
number one, I mean, when I say huge, I'm talking like G's, H's, and she wasn't exactly. She was like thick, but not, like a rare
Uh,
thing. Like
yeah.
these, like one in a
Porn
million
star.
women, not porn star, but she just had these huge knockers that just didn't fit to her frame. But because of that.
Mm-hmm.
And she was an amazing cook. Like I just cooked amazing stuff, and she was demonically good in bed to the point of I've never I can't think of any instance subsequently where that the sex had been on love. I mean, I'm much more disinterested these days, but still.
Mm-hmm.
And then post factum, I realized I was justifying so much of a essentially a dysfunctional relationship because one, she had huge jugs. Two, she cooked really well. And three, but I was 21 and I refined this
Yeah.
further.
Okay.
And here's the thing: is that most guys never bother. They don't go through this refining process. They don't think, yeah, that was kind of stupid of me to not. Eventually I split up with her. I ended it after close to 3 years, and she stalked me. I mean, this is an indication of how messed up she was.
Wow.
But the moral of the story is, at least I had undergone some kind of process of amelioration in my own of refining whatever the metrics might be to what's acceptable. I
Right.
think most guys never do that. I mean, I hate
I
to
think
say
you're
it.
right.
They
Yeah.
just like my 21-year-old version that was, just, oh man, she's got great knockers and sucks a mean cock. Wow. Like that never gets upgraded. It's like they're still running. You're not a gamer guy, but I guess it's like you have 1080 Ti's available, and these guys are still, ranting about the 680 Ti. Man, it's really great. You know, that's how they operate. I've observed this time and again. Because let's be honest, we've talked about how important attractiveness is.
Yeah.
Men make no secret of this. I mean,
Yeah.
men know, we know that, you know, that's, I mean, was one of the major selling points of me that she had these huge, disproportionately large knockers attached to a relatively slim body, all things considered, that I have never witnessed since before or since or, whatever. And that made me just kind of invest in it. But her personality was shit. She had very little
Right.
interest in my interests or even my personality. What sort of drove me because when I was younger, and I think this is probably some part of what animates you. I don't mean
Mm.
this condescendingly, but I see you kind of looking for, I guess, understanding from the female. Was that I wanted
Mm.
to be understood as an individual in my own sort of domain in a way that sets me apart from other people. And I wanted the women to take an interest in that and really investigate me as a person, right? So they could really
Mm-hmm.
never had any of that from her in particular, but really from most of them. But I'm just going back to we'll call her the knocker girl. That that just wasn't the case. But she again, the sex was demonically good. I got it on demand. She, did whatever I fucking told her, and she she was German. She used to cook this amazing dish with these dates that had like bacon wrap, and it's a very specific. Like I still remember, amazing. But these are not selling points for anything long term. She also got off birth control and got allegedly knocked up by me in an attempt to
Oh.
entrap me. Thank the gods it miscarried, But in any event, you know, I upgraded my prerequisites, and I just think that most guys never
Don't.
do. They just like, "Yeah, she's hot, man. Look at those tits, bro. Yeah, man. Fucking hell, man. What an ass. Oh, she's yeah, good girlfriend material. You know, I mean, I'm not saying that all men are this indiscriminating, but I think a lot of that is because so much does come down to looks. Like you might find here, I'll give you an example of some
Okay.
hypothetical. There's some woman that matches onto your interests. I don't really know what your interests are actually. I feel terrible about that, but I know
That's fine.
you're not a gamer. You used to play D&D, but you referenced first edition. So
Yeah.
I
I
saw
played second edition
your
too, but
Mensa.
yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. I saw your Mensa club.
Yeah.
I mean, so but let's say they all map onto that, but she's I don't know, she's a fucking 3 or something. That's really
Yeah.
you're not a 3. I think even at least by
That's
old
pretty far.
standards, you're somewhere between a 5 and a 6. So if you that's really going, or she's a 2. Like you really want, because there's a certain a barrier of entry, isn't there? For men
Yeah, there is.
especially, I mean, women too, but for men especially, if you don't pass the barrier for entry on the looks in the looks department, there's no way of developing anything past that. She's just this, she's basically one of the guys at best case scenario, right?
Hmm.
Um, and I think that because that's the filter for men, generally speaking, in the vast majority of cases, myself included, um, most men just make that the only filter, right? They're not
Yeah.
scrutinizing further. So here's the barrier of entry. Okay, she's a 6.5. That's good enough. What else is she bringing to the table? It's just like, man, she's a 7.5 and she's got double D's. Fuck, man. Yeah, and then you end up going out with her. Man, she sucks a mean cock, bruh. That's got to fucking stick with her. And there's no substance beyond that, right? And
Yeah.
it I think that's one of the biggest driving forces here. And women have it too, but I think they're because the cues are different. I mean, obviously attraction, but women are looking for um, other psychological traits. I think more so than men. That are associated with status and perhaps leadership. Um, so you're familiar with the term hybristophilia, the attraction to criminals and
The
criminal
criminals,
activity.
yeah.
Yeah. So that I mean, this is obviously more on the borderline. I would say I don't think most women are attracted, but you get that. But I think that we talked about gradients. That is a gradient of the willingness to take risks, kind of thing that women find attractive because it signals to them, you know. And a lot of women don't think too much about the details on that too, even though they're obviously more choosy than. I mean, by their nature, they're choosier
Hmm.
by their reproductive limitations. And so they don't really look past it too. But I do think, since we're talking about heterosexual men here, that really that initial filter is typically the only thing that's good enough, and then they just try to make it work somehow. Best case scenario.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. I think that's probably also why a
yeah,
lot of people think dating is so easy
yeah.
because, they're just taking whatever comes along.
It's
Well,
interesting,
that's
Monday, you bring that up. I remember, was it a comment or maybe it was a video? I don't remember by whom at all, but it's still the words themselves are saying that a lot of these guys in the FA they're making things more complicated. They're just you just
yeah.
got to get out there and take what you can get and let's just make it work. That's essentially the message that was in this
Yeah, it was a
video.
comment left on my channel. Yeah, I made a
Well, no,
video
I saw
about it.
somebody else say that too. That's the
Oh,
thing. In addition, so it's a common. You just get out there and you make it work. You just whatever you find what you can and so. But yeah, and men,
well,
men.
I mean, because the reason I don't do it is because I mean, I give an extreme example, like with the woman who had the 2 kids
Hmm,
and was 21. If you literally take whatever comes along, that's what you end up. That's the kind of stuff you can end up with.
sure.
And dear Lord, that would certainly make my personal situation worse if I did something like that.
Or you have even worse, filters like the knocker filter. Like, man, she's got a great set of jugs, man. Fuck, I'm gonna date her. Like, she's only a 5, but those jugs are huge.
Yeah.
Um, I've met guys in their 30s that still use that as a major criterion point. Wow, those
Yeah,
are pretty,
yeah.
pretty big tits. Okay, why not?
Yeah, I think that at least for some of the guys, and yeah, if you have any kind of filters on, of course you're going to do quote unquote worse. But I'm, I don't know, maybe, damn, like how much of a fucking alien am I where having any kind of filters on this and setting any kind of standards makes you the outcast, you know?
Well, as I said earlier, I think it's very unfortunate that you were born into the
Wrong
wrong
place, wrong
country,
time.
wrong environment. Again,
Mm,
I always had an antipathy for sort of the superficiality of American culture, and I was more successful outside of the U.S. just because my personality. I think a lot of that was just my personality jiving more in Europe, and I think it's the case than it does in the U.S. Um, but you've been dealt in at least many regards, at least on this front. A poor hand. On the other hand, I'm not going to say, it goes without saying, you're very bright, you're successful. Um, you could be a guy who has all that stuff and can't participate in the knowledge economy, and
mm,
at least you got that going. But I don't. One thing I don't understand that you never talk
mm,
about in your videos that if you're willing to, how does this manifest itself? Because obviously a huge preoccupation you have. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the channel. I mean, no,
mm.
nobody, I know nobody believes me, but I don't spend my days and nights thinking about. I spend most of my time thinking about, man, what it would be like to be healthy and sleep healthy, so I could work out harder and make better videos and all that.
Right.
Yeah, it's my own little obsession, I guess. But how does that manifest itself? You just spend whenever you have a free thought. Wouldn't it be nice to? How does that work? I just don't understand it.
You mean like for making my videos, or do you mean how does
No, in your daily
how does it
life,
come
do
up
you
with?
spend? Do you just?
Um,
Is it
in
just
my daily
constantly
life,
in on your mind?
um, no, I wouldn't say it's constantly on my mind. I mean, it's probably a bit more on my mind now, in if for no other reason than I make videos about it.
Hmm.
Um, in my day-to-day life, let me think. In my early 20s, I would say that I mean, I would talk about girls with other guys like most guys do, like, hey, I like this girl, I like that girl, what do you think of her? That kind of thing. But one of the ways I would say it actually manifests the lived experience
Hmm.
uh, is as the absence of something.
Right.
Like when Wojak and I were talking, he talked about how like friend groups will help try to set you up with somebody.
Right.
And I have very occasionally had someone point out, like, hey, there's a person over there with boobs and she's single.
Right.
It wasn't like, hey, I met someone I think that you get along with really well or someone you'd match with. It was just, hey, there's boobs over there and they're single, that kind of thing. And I did see it happen one time to a girl I knew. She was a very good looking young lady. That when people found she was single, they were practically tripping all over themselves to find her a boyfriend. And I just thought that was happening because she was a hot girl.
Hmm.
But apparently, that's a bit more normal for people to try to either set each other up, or at the very least create social situations that would facilitate them meeting someone of the opposite sex. Um, but that never really happened for me.
Hmm.
I didn't know people were doing that kind of thing. Um,
Never really happened to me, apart from one or two odd instances. But yeah.
right. Yeah, but you didn't. You said you didn't really have much in the way of friends, did you?
Growing up, no, no. Most of I mean,
Mm,
yeah, I had guys I'd hang out with on the weekend and do nerdy occasionally, but it was not in school, and there were no sort of deep friendships or even, friends that would take you to parties until at university, and then expanded after that. But yeah, certainly as a
right.
teenager, I was very much the lone wolf. Yeah.
Mm. Yeah. But for the most, I mean, sometimes people bring it up, like, are you dating, or are you single? But for the most part, everyone that knows me doesn't really talk about it.
Hmm.
It's almost like, and and it's not a recent thing either. Like I might have had a relative here or there say, like when I was in high school, oh, do you have a girlfriend? No, and it just doesn't come up. Like it's almost like people expect me to be single or something. Now, am I giving off some kind of weird vibe? Am I giving off a weird odor? I don't know. Um, but it's just kind of always been like that, where there's been this great absence in my life, for girls' relationships, that kind of thing. And
I would say at some point in time the archetype sticks. Yeah,
maybe,
yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I
yeah,
think
for
it's
people who know you, they just
yeah,
assume you're going to stay single. Yeah.
yeah,
Or
pretty
you're
much
that way
like
on
that.
purpose or
That's
something.
I mean, I don't, to the few normie friends I have left, I don't use the term MGTOW, but I mean, they just kind of look at me as a confirmed bachelor kind of. They
Right.
never ask about it, because why would they?
Yeah,
They
but
just
people,
know. Yeah.
yeah, but people never really asked about it very much my whole life, you know? So
Mm.
that's why I say it manifests itself as the absence of something.
Mm.
Um, well, I can compare experiences too, because like with a long-term girlfriend, when things were going well, it was a very happy experience with her, and going out places was more exciting. Now, her and I, like, if you want to know what she was like, imagine me in a girl's body, and you have a very good idea what she was like, because personality-wise, we overlapped a whole lot.
Mm.
So we enjoyed a lot of the same stuff, and both of us were open enough that if
I
one
mean,
wanted to do
forgive my
something,
curiosity, but what do
you know.
you
But
enjoy? I still don't. I mean, I really want to know. I have
what do I
no.
enjoy? Yeah. Jesus, these days,
You're not a gamer, right?
not a big gamer. I play maybe like an hour a day. And
Okay.
I checked. I have a GeForce 1050 Ti.
Okay. Fair
Um,
enough.
yeah. So I mean, I do a little bit of that. I like reading about science.
Okay.
Over the years, I've tried a lot of different things. I've done camping, hiking, fishing, canoeing. I've never been hunting or anything like that. I enjoyed riding bicycles. Had a motorcycle for a little while, but it was a lot less practical than I thought. I mean, I didn't think it was going to be practical, but it was even less practical
Right.
than I thought it would be. Um, I've tried getting into the arts. I attended my first symphony about 2 or 3 years ago now. Back when I lived near DC, I went to saw some live performance stage plays. It was I saw all Shakespeare plays. One was at the Landsberg Theater, and one, or not one, but several at the Landsberg Theater, several at the Folger Theater in D.C. Folger, like Folger's Coffee. Apparently, the guy that founded that theater is somehow related to the Folger's Coffee guy.
Mm.
Um,
Best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
yeah, Shakespeare in your cup, right? Um, yeah, there's probably actually a
So
good
you're kind
Shakespearean
of.
joke
I
in there
mean,
somewhere.
I mean, I don't mean this patronizing, but you're sort of an intellectual kind of guy. The interest that.
Yeah, I lean more to the intellectual side, but like I said, I have done like the camping, hiking, fishing thing.
Mm.
My dad's an army vet, so
Right.
I can shoot straight.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. I can clean a AR-15 if you need it done.
Oh. Okay. I mean, that's a
Yeah,
very
I
American
mean, I
thing.
can't. Yeah, I mean, I can't repair one. Like, you know, he might. Well, he could do model repairs on it. He knows a whole lot more about that kind of thing than I do. But you know, I can clean one. I
Is
can
it a
shoot one
safe
straight.
assumption to me make that you're an only child?
Oh, you cut out.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Can you hear me
So it
now?
is an assumption. Yeah,
Is it a safe assumption of mine to assume that you're an only child?
and you cut out again.
Oh, by the gods, this is
Yeah, I know.
this is amazing. Is it a safe assumption on my part to assume that you're an only child? Hello?
Yeah. You heard safe assumption on your part that.
I okay. Testing.
Yeah. Just say it.
Only child. Are you an only child?
Yes.
Okay. I said okay. Right.
Whew.
This is yeah. I think that's a huge thing too, and we have that in common. Because I mean, Peterson, as much as I kind of bemoan some of the things he does, you can hear me okay?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like only child was a curse word that was interfering with the over
Yeah.
the ocean. That having siblings creates a kind of some sort of social environment that can kind of test you in a way.
Right.
Um, as,
You actually bring up a very good point. But continue on
yeah,
because I have
yeah.
something
That I
weird about my
mean,
childhood.
when you, for me, as was the case for you, similar generation or same, you come home from school and it's just you, right? There's no,
Yeah.
you're not fighting over the toys or
Right.
whatever the hell it might be that those who are possessive siblings do. I'd imagine this. I don't know precisely how it plays into it, but it would play into it because there's
I think it
no
might.
think about siblings, and this is just me. I mean, this is more Wojak's forte than sort of the modern sort of psychology, and or rather, sort of the less evolutionary stuff. so to speak.
Hmm.
Or I'd imagine that sibling play or sibling interaction is the first social interaction
Socialization.
that is not kind of construed in some sort of hierarchy where, ooh, look at mommy and daddy sort of thing, right? Where there's another person of quote unquote equal footing, more or less, you know, and
Right.
you have to kind of figure out a way of dealing with the person. You have to kind of figure out communicating and stuff like that. I'm not going to make the claim that, you know, all only children are dysfunctional,
Hmm.
but I would say that that might be a factor. I just kind of
I
assumed, based on everything you've told me, that you're an only child. I was an only child.
I
Um,
think you're
hmm,
right. Um,
yeah.
and it's something that I've thought about. And usually people think, oh, well, only children are selfish. I can tell you one of the things about my growing up, my young experience that probably was very different than other people's and has affected me in adulthood.
Hmm.
Um, when I was a little kid, either I'd be with my parents or sometimes I'd be staying with one set of my grandparents. So outside of school, I spent a lot of time around adults. So I was socialized a bit more by adults than I was by other kids. So it probably made me act a bit different in school. But the other thing it did to me was it made it so that it didn't seem weird to me to interact with people of other generations. And the reason I bring this up is because to me, there's a lot of people that talk about things like the, um, like I was on one of the few first, I had like only three first dates off of online dating for 2 years. And one of those first dates I had, the woman, she was around my age, you know, I'm 42. I think she was a few years younger than me. She was talking about the 26-year-old women at the office and how annoying they were. And she rolled her eyes and she said, oh, you know how 26-year-olds are. And I just said, mm hmm, and didn't say anything. Now, I think because of my early experiences, I don't see hard lines between age ranges the way a lot of other people seem to. To me, talking to somebody who's 20 years older or 20 years younger, I'm just talking to that individual.
Right.
I'm not seeing them as, I mean, sure, if I was talking to a child, they're less experienced than me. I'm going to reframe what I talk, not necessarily what I talk about. Well, I'm not going to talk about porn with a 5-year-old, but um, obviously, but and I'll use I'll use smaller words that they'll understand. But I'm not going to talk down to them just because they're 5. And one of the effects of this, I had noticed this for a while, and a friend of mine had to explain what was going on. Was for some reason kids, not all the time, not every kid, but enough to notice kids like me, and I couldn't figure out why. Because I don't put any special effort into trying to make kids like me. And a friend of mine pointed out that a lot of adults will talk down to teenagers or talk down to kids, whereas I talk to them more like they're inexperienced people.
Hmm.
And I think that that's probably because of my upbringing where I wasn't really talked down to exactly. And when I was a little kid, and also, you know, I was around a whole lot of adults, I probably acted a bit more like, I mean, I don't know how much a 5-year-old can act like an adult, but,
Hmm.
you know, I was socialized a bit more by adults. So, so one of the differences I've noticed about me in my adult life is I don't see this hard boundary between age ranges. And there's actually someone I was talking to over email who she's a woman around my age who was saying that when she was in her 20s, there was a lot of these older men who were showing interest in her, but she couldn't even. She only dated one of them, and she thought like a 10 year age gap was just way too much. Now, um, the one long term relationship I had, there was a 7 year age gap between the two of us, and
You being
of
older.
all, yeah, I would be me being the older one,
Hmm.
and of all the problems that we had in that relationship, the age was not one of them. Like that didn't present a problem at all. Now, part of that might also be because being in IT, I'm exposed to a lot more of the newer stuff.
Hmm.
And so, yeah, we had some different cultural reference points. Like she probably would never remember waking up early Saturday morning to watch Saturday morning cartoons. You know, that's just
I
not
do.
something she's going to have done. Yeah, you probably did, right?
Do you remember the Visionaries by chance?
Yes.
Oh yeah, I
Knights of
love
the
those.
Magical Light.
Yes, the totems and sorry, that's pretty
Yeah,
pretty old school, but I remember them.
yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
my favorite cartoon was Robotech, actually.
Okay.
Um, but yeah, like waking up early for Saturday morning cartoons is probably not something someone even 7 years younger would be doing.
Yeah.
Um, but but yeah, that's one of the different. Growing up an only child, that's definitely one of the differences. And yeah, I think you're right too about the not having siblings. You get socialized first by them, and I thought that I think that's also one of my personal problems when it came to uh, school and dating is my social skills were kind of retarded.
Yeah.
Not like super bad, but if you think of it this way, like if you're 16 and you have and your I mean, some of my social skills were probably fine, and I could get along with adults pretty well, but kids my own age, I had a rougher time with. So, like if I'm 16 and I kind of have something more like the social skills of maybe a 14-year-old, that's gonna be very noticeable.
Mm.
Now, if you're 30 and you have the social skills of a 28-year-old, are people going to notice? Probably not. Or maybe I shouldn't say social skills because Wojak will jump on me. Social maturity, perhaps.
Right.
So I think there was something that probably screwed me up somehow for interacting with school because, yeah, like pretty much through from birth till I'm trying to think up until God, it might have been fourth, I think fourth grade was when I had the first friend on the street that I lived. That was my own age I could play with, and that was because we moved into another neighborhood. Because the original neighborhood we lived in, there were no other kids my own age, and it wasn't until about the fourth grade there was one other kid my own age I could play with, and then when we moved a second time, it was a very, very large neighborhood, and most of the kids lived way down at the other end of the street, so I wouldn't run into them naturally. So again, I spent a lot of time by myself. There was one kid who lived near me that we played D&D together, um, and I did make some friends with some of the other ones. And then when I could drive, I made more friends. And by the end of high school, I had a decent sized group of like I'd say maybe 10 close friends, maybe 25 acquaintances surrounding that, something like that. But then when I went into the office place, working in IT in white collar environments, typically I was the youngest person by like 5-10 years at least. Like there might be somebody else that, like if I'm 20, there might be another, like one other 25-year-old there. But a lot of times the working environments I was in, it was a lot of older people again. Like I wasn't being exposed to people my own age. That kind of followed. So between the neighborhoods, being an only child, and my early working environment, not being around a lot of people my own age, that probably warped things for me too.
Well, this kind of dovetails well with, I mean, the fact you're in Mensa, and just by
Mhm.
dint of that, if wherever you might be located, if you walk outside, the vast majority of people are going to be dumber than you are. Your interactions, even if it's just, especially if it's just at the store, but typically they're going to be dumber than you are. Most of
Mm-hmm.
your subscribers are going to be dumber than you are.
Mm-hmm.
I'm dumber than you are.
Mm.
That might in
You're cool.
part be due to my insomnia because functionally. But anyway, the point is that is a I mean that your videos, sort of on intelligence and interaction. That's a big thing
Yeah, it
because
is.
not being able to grasp certain basic ideas. I mean, I encounter it to varying degrees. I mean, one thing that I've since being on Discord for a while now, and dealing especially with younger people,
Mm-hmm.
is just I never really thought of myself as particularly verbose. I mean, I get accused
Mm-hmm.
of that, but without using that word of accusation, I mean, I get that accusation sometimes. I used, I think I was in your server, and I used the word commiserate, which I think is a very basic word, and the guy didn't know what I was talking about. Or other instances, or trying
Well,
to go on.
yeah, you were talking about the video I made about intelligence and exclusion.
Yeah, that there's a kind of that I've noticed just that because I don't deal with a lot of people. I'm very
Mm-hmm.
much these days very much a lone wolf, but Discord's kind of a portal to just how, I mean, they say they're not normies, but how just normal people are in many cases. And sometimes
Well,
there's a profound inability to communicate. And I want, whether it's generation or intelligence based, I'm not sure. But in your case, it must, because of your location in the U.S. and because of, I mean, you're in Mensa, so
yeah,
people, it you statistically you're not going to be surrounded by people who are like you in
yeah,
that regard. Yeah,
that's very true. Yeah, Aaron Clary talks about that on his channel.
you're by the way
And the
vastly
problems
more
it
intelligent
poses.
than Aaron Clary too, which is, you know,
Thanks. Yeah, well, the social exclusion for the more intelligent people, the usually called the gifted population, can start pretty young, and it's the kind of thing that if the gifted kid has an older mentor in their life, could an older mentor could interrupt some of the exclusion and social problems that happen
yeah,
because the young kid isn't going to understand what's going on. And I'll give you two examples. Um, let's pretend you're 7 years old, you're gifted, you have a vocabulary of a 14-year-old, okay, and you're going to school and you're talking to the other kids. They don't really understand what you're saying, but not just that. The other kids. Now, to you, you're talking like you just always talk. To you, the way you talk is normal. When you talk to adults at home or to the teacher, there's no communication problems. Everything seems fine. So you run into some communication problems with the other 7-year-olds, but more importantly, the other 7-year-olds might think that you're showing off by using words they don't understand, or they might think that you're talking down to them. And then, from the gifted kid's point of view, all of a sudden, the other kids turn against them. The other kids might ostracize them. The other kids might start bullying them. Now, a older, wiser person could look at this situation and say, okay, what's going on is the gifted kid's using his or her natural vocabulary, and they only have 7 years of life experience. They don't realize how they're coming off to everyone else. And you might be able to explain to that gifted kid, hey, the other kids aren't as smart as you. You gotta you need to modulate how you're talking depending on who you're talking to. Now, from the gifted kid's point of view, the bullying or the ostracism or whatever else just seems to be kind of random. They're like, well, why am I getting bullied? I don't understand. Now from the other kid's point of view, they're thinking, well, you were showing off or you were talking down to us. That's why we're bullying you. You deserved it. And as a little kid, you're not going to figure that out. The little gifted kid's not going to figure that one out. Another way the exclusion can happen, and I've seen this happen in because some of my friends were um, close in intelligence to me, and my ex-girlfriend was. If see, I just know that Mensa let me in. I don't know my raw IQ score. We know hers. Based on her GREs, she was a 148.
oof,
So
wow,
she was
that's
probably she might have been a bit smarter than me, but I didn't really in her and I asked her about that. I said I don't really pick up on communication difficulties, and on certain subjects her mind was noticeably faster than mine, but
such
in
as,
general, math
oh
and
right,
engineering. So like she was, but I've always been kind of crippled with math. But anyway,
odd. I always thought there was a correlation between IT and
I know,
mathematics.
right? But yeah, math I suck with. I'm more verbal.
Huh.
But one of the things that can happen, I've seen happen in a number of homes of gifted kids, is they'll do something wrong, and because of their intelligence, the parents assume the little gifted kid knows what they're doing. But whether they're 7 years old or they're an awkward 14-year-old, like they break some kind of social rules or they say something that's kind of rude or in the wrong way, uh, the 7 or the 14-year-old gifted kid still only has 7 or 14 years of life experience. They, in other words, the adults in their life might ascribe adult intentions to the 7 or the 14-year-old gifted kid because of their intelligence, not realizing that no, you're still talking to a kid. So instead of correcting the 7 or the 14-year-old, they'll assume that the young person knows what they're doing and just punish them or start yelling at them. So they never get, so that kind of impairs their social skill development because they know they did something wrong, but they might not know what. Like they might just be too blunt when they're talking about some topic or whatever. Um,
Hmm.
so the social exclusion, but I think that happens more often when it's just like it's like the one kid is gifted, but the parents aren't.
Yeah.
Or yeah, and or actually one of the things too that can happen is this was actually suggested by a friend of mine who was a school teacher, because she saw this happen a couple times in her school teaching career, where she had like a little gifted kid and the parents were intimidated by the kid. Now, I haven't personally seen that happen, but I guess it could, where like the parents realize, oh shit, my kid's smarter than me, like significantly. Um, and the parents will get intimidated by their kid, and the kid doesn't realize they're doing it. Um, but yeah, there's a lot of little things that'll cause a lot of social exclusion problems for intelligent people. It's not just, oh, I'm so much smarter and I use vocabulary people don't understand. No, it starts real young, and yeah, especially with the if you did something wrong and someone's just yelling at you and not actually correcting you, you're not going to or the kids start, from your point of view, kids start just randomly bullying you. You're not going to get the correction, the social correction you need to figure out what's going wrong and fix the problem. You're not going to get along as well with other people as you could.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, in this sense, you've been handed. Yeah, it's you've been cursed in air quotes. Being, I mean, I'd imagine you must be 3 standard deviations above the mean. I would suspect something like that, or close to it at least. Yeah, that's going to make just basic interaction just more difficult.
Mm-hmm.
If only because the range of topics that are accessible for most people, it's going to be far more limited.
Yeah, it makes connection more difficult. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
it does.
definitely. And I'm not even
Yeah,
that smart, and I find it sometimes difficult to connect with average Joe on a number of things. I mean, I noticed this in recent years as I've expanded certain interests of mine to sort of new areas where many people are just sort of satisfied with bare bones explanation of
mm-hmm.
things, and I want to go the further mile. I go,
Yeah.
that's kind of okay, but I want to understand what are the implications, and the interest that they initially present seems to just be tangential to some sort of emotional point. They're usually a political point they're trying to make.
Mm-hmm.
I've noticed this in again, disclaimer: I'm not alt-right, but I've talked with a lot of alt-right people, and they superficially have some interest in genetics because that's one of their big so-called
Mm-hmm.
knockdown arguments. When you go into the details, the things that interest me, such as my big interest these days is the interplay between history, archaeology, language, and genetics, and how that all kind of is now fusing into something that can give us a very accurate picture of what happened in prehistory.
Mm-hmm.
They don't give a shit about that. It's like I remember one guy on the alt right who was just talking vaguely about genes, and then he brought up something about haplogroups, and it turned out he didn't know anything about that, and it was just, yeah, and didn't really care. And I spent an hour trying to explain why they're significant scientifically and historically, because they're basically giving us data that we've never had before, because genes don't lie about migration patterns and things like that. And yeah, I've noticed that it's not, yeah. So I'd imagine in your, yeah, on your level, it's that much worse that people. Okay, I'll maybe check that out. That people don't. They stop at a certain point. Yeah.
Yeah, either they don't share your same interests, like
Or it's very superficial. Yeah.
yeah, like when I was dating that long-term smart girl, she wanted to go see King Tut at a museum. So we went and saw the Egyptian display, and she was all excited and happy. And if you've ever seen a gifted person get excited about some intellectual pursuit, they get all giddy. And one of the things that will often happen if regular people are around, they'll try to shut you down. They don't like that. Like if you put two smart people together, they start talking all excited about whatever haplogroups.
Yeah.
And yeah, I do think that that's kind of fascinating. Is the prehistory where we don't have written records, but we can kind of sort of piece together what had happened because of DNA and migration patterns.
Yeah. Well, this was my,
It,
I had a lot of
yeah, it's like a
background.
hidden history.
Yeah, I don't want to get off on a tangent,
Yeah, right.
but I'll just put out the word that potentially, for those of you interested, at some point in time, if I'm still alive, there might be a channel dedicated to those very topics, separate from this one, produced by me, maybe. But the point is, yeah, someone who spent a lot of time with history and linguistics, seen a lot of hypotheses either vindicated or repudiated by sort of, you could say, the hardcore molecular genetic evidence was just, I mean, it's huge because
Yeah.
up until really, I'd say the last 20 years, and even more so, last 10, in some cases, last 5, so much of history has been reconstructed and understood using archaeology, literature, linguistics, records, etc., etc. So, for
Hmm.
example, one of my specialties was basically the English language, the history of the English language, and what happened during that period of time. And all of it was based on written records and linguistic reconstructions and what have you.
Hmm.
So, what do but the genetics evidence that's arisen gives us an even clearer picture. Where you get, say, in the southeast and throughout the east in general of the UK, England, a greater proportion of haplogroups that are typically associated with continental Germanic people than you would, say, in Wales or elsewhere. And this kind of dovetails neatly, and they can do the time with what we call the Anglo-Saxon invasions or whatever migrations, things like that. More important, I don't want to get on a tangent. More importantly, a lot of these old theses, like the Indo-European hypothesis, is now being vindicated by
Hmm.
modern genetic molecular. So, but I don't. Again, most of the audience doesn't find that interesting. So I would say that
Yeah.
the issue here is that I see these people and they typically just only have a superficial interest in things and just kind of
Right.
leave it at that. Now I too. Well, no, actually, I'm a kind of all or nothing guy. If somebody wants to talk to me about automobiles, I have literally zero interest in it, and maybe it's me being a
Mm.
philistine. I don't know, but I don't drive. I've never learned how to drive. I don't care about cars. Never have done. So maybe but I don't
Yeah.
pretend, sort of scratch the surface and then just don't, and then stop there.
Yeah, you bring up a good point with the cars thing because I remember when I was in high school, I was absolutely fascinated by airplanes of the Second World War.
Hmm.
I knew that kind of stuff inside and out. I vaguely remember some of the details, but even now, I could tell you that my favorite airplane was the P-38, specifically the J model, because it was a dive bomber and it had dive brakes on it, so that way, because one of the problems with dive bombing was if you went too fast, you couldn't pull out of the dive
Right.
because the not flap is it flaps? The flaps wouldn't move, so the the airplane couldn't pull out of the dive. But this one had dive brakes to slow it down. I was like, oh, that's the model I like the best. So it's still stereotypically boy thing to do to like airplanes, but I preferred that to cars. Or
Mm.
I remember as far back I was in elementary school. Some other little kids came over to my house. I don't remember who it was, and I dumped out a bag full of toys, and I was worried that they were all going to grab the space shuttle, and instead they said, "Oh wow, look at these cars," because there was a bunch of cars in there, and I had a bunch of cars because the adults had bought me cars, assuming I'm a boy, I would like cars, but I like the space shuttle. Again, it's relatively stereotypically boy. I mean,
Well,
like
I
when I was a little
didn't.
kid, I wanted to be an astronaut, but
Okay, I didn't.
sorry, was
Most of my youth was spent aspiring to be a zoologist. I was
that
fascinated by
okay?
animals and specifically canids and panthera, that is big cats and wolves and their derivatives and uh, derivatives. Yeah, I mean, I didn't really have any of the. I was much more interested in history, language, and literature.
Hmm.
Which superficially, it's claimed women are too, but I'm very scared. I
Yeah,
mean, I see it on a superficial level because they like people things more and whatever.
yeah,
But when it came down to the bare bones, the things that interested me were actually more typically so. my interest was sort of philology and historical linguistics and what are the actual mechanics behind everything.
Right.
Um, Even when I was studying German, I was more interested in the grammatical functions and things like that. So
You,
it's,
no,
yeah,
you bring up, yeah, that's one of the things that'll happen is that the gifted person wants, they might even like the same stuff other people do, but they want it in a greater depth.
yeah,
I remember the ex-girlfriend, the long-term one, she liked sewing, of all things. She actually bought this antique sewing machine. And, so she liked some fashion, but she was explaining to me one time the type of stitching that was used on ancient Egyptian clothing.
mm,
Now, I don't remember the details of it anymore, but like she took it to that level.
yeah.
She wasn't just like, I want to look at pretty clothes. She's like, no, I want to know how the Egyptians made their clothes.
But Mondays, you know what's important there for social function is you have to learn to curb yourself. So I remember me being, I don't want to use the term because it's just probably a grammar obsessed person.
Hmm.
I used to I was that annoying guy that would correct people back in the day.
Yeah, I
I
don't
do,
do that anymore.
I don't. Well, you made several grammatical mistakes in this
Yeah,
conversation that I've not corrected. Just saying.
oh, thank you.
Yeah, you're. I'm not going to point them out either, but specifically, unless you want me to. But the point I'm making is simply that I just at some point in time I realized that what I used to joke the fight for the subjunctive in English it's been lost, and
Mm.
I'm not gonna. I'll just let people speak as their custom because they me me pointing it out just makes me seem autistic and they can't understand or sort of and they look at it from an antagonistic point of view. I never
Yeah, they
really
do.
the way I always looked at it was just you have certain structures and they serve it had nothing to do with talking down to people. It was just I think that's important to use use that
Or,
there's
or
I
maybe you
don't
wanted to help them communicate better.
at times yes.
You're like,
It,
I'm trying to help you. I'm not talking down to you.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
so there's a guy I was talking to the other day. He kept on for some I don't know how it was an interesting neologism. He kept on using the word conformitist instead of conformist. Every conversation I have with him, yeah, yeah. That I don't to the best of my knowledge, there's no record. We use the term
No.
conformist. And I was trying to explain, well, how do I throw this in the conversation so he just gets a normal sense, so he doesn't continually use this
Use the
odd
wrong word.
form. So maybe
Yeah.
if he does have a conversation, but I just gave up. I realized
Yeah.
that people almost always look at correction in a way that's
An insult.
hostile. Yeah,
Yeah.
and rather than looking at
Yeah.
something, I want to. If I make a mistake in whatever, I prefer to be corrected. And there are vast domains that I know virtually nothing of, so all the better. But
Hmm.
I'm in that regard an open book. I'm just trying to understand. I'm mostly interested in understanding things, and I have, given my limited intellect, there are only so many things I can understand. I don't make assumptions about, you know, how I'm. I think a lot of people just they're trapped in ego. I think that's something that also can be
Yes.
when you're. I'm not very bright like you are, but I'm a
Mm.
modicum above the mean, and you just notice that people are willing to prioritize their own egos over knowledge and understanding.
Hmm.
And so that's also a reason why, again, they're just not amenable to learning about certain things and just don't really care. So the takeaway of that conversation I had with that autistic alt right guy about haplogroups was, well, at least it doesn't, some bizarre, unrelated, well, it doesn't prove that the white race isn't real. That's what he said to me. What?
Okay.
I couldn't even. We spent an hour discuss. That's your conclusion. Like, okay.
Yeah.
And I was willing to go into the explanation of melanin as a gradient on sort of northern southern altitudes and vitamin D. He didn't give a shit about any of that. It was well,
Right.
and so yeah, I've encountered that many times for on a variety of subjects that I like to go in greater depth in. And here's another example, which is more ideological. I was on a left wing server, a far left wing server, and I was just
Uh-oh.
cautiously. I was listening. I was very
Hmm.
just listening because then at the moment I didn't have anything to do, and it had been one of those nights where I only slept an hour, which meant I was a zombie for that day. after 3 hours, I can function. I think I got a solid 4 last night, so I'm a bit more loquacious than I otherwise would be.
Good man.
So I'm there, and there's this woman, who I believe is the owner of the server, they're speculating with their fellow leftists about why it is that rape practiced upon women is viewed as far more pernicious than just outright murder or other bodily abuses. And their conclusion was that it's misogyny, that in fact people view, yeah, well, I didn't intervene, mind you. I could offer my explanation, but that it's the misogynistic view that women are possessions, and because of that, people take greater umbrage at their possessions being hurt because they own them. Now, in some sense, it's not too far from the truth. I mean, women being the limiting factor in reproduction, they automatically have a higher value. This is attested to by our genetic history of our species, et cetera, et cetera. It's that simple. And so affronts to that are viewed as, it's not misogyny, it's quite the opposite. It's that, people are, they like women, typically more than men. So, but I didn't say anything. And it's just I think people honestly, this is something that I think your issues, your FA thing, my issue is people don't want to understand things. That's so frustrating to me. The whole Discord thing, which has been an experiment for me for about 2 years, the number of actual good conversations where I either learn something or there's good community, it's vanishingly small. Maybe count them on one hand, maybe two. Because time and again I encounter people do not actually want to understand. They just want to talk over you and get their point. And then back to the earlier points we were making about making concessions, because we all know that Discord is the place where politics goes to die. Nobody's on one side is willing to make. So I made a video actually indirectly, but there's a guy who's obsessed with communism, and he still clings to the idea that the reason why, basically, it was malpractice, and therefore it wasn't real communism. And nothing I've presented, neither argument nor citation, can disabuse him of that view. And I think it's just a testament. That's my greatest frustration with human beings. I mean, people want to publicly know that people don't want to understand the nuts and bolts. They don't want to actually understand, because it's my conviction that in as much as you can solve any problem, you have to start with the basic functions, with the components. You have to understand what's going on. Too many times, human beings are motivated almost a priori by a desire to solve something without understanding the thing itself. How's that going to help you? I think so many political solutions are like that too. It's based on goodwill and good intentions, if you want to be generous in your interpretation or charitable, and they don't take into account the multitude of little bits and pieces that go into that. And complex systems is something that in recent years I've just become increasingly aware of. That this is why the whole FA question is increasingly interesting to me, because it is part of human reproduction. Reproductive success is part of a complex system. There's so many bits attached to it, and everyone's looking for the sort of silver bullet argument. I think there's so many that they're not going to find it. One thing I said earlier, I'm trying to figure out why things are so much worse in the U.S. I do think things are going to catch up in Europe. I think in 10 years, maybe there'll be more and more of that, but it'll still be lagging behind your country. Because it will get worse in the U.S. without a doubt. Why is the United States this epicenter where cultural dysfunction just is proliferated to a degree unseen and unheard of elsewhere? I can't figure it out. I mean, I have ideas, but I can't find a sort of a theory of unity or a theory of everything, right?
As far as at a cultural level for the FA thing, I don't know if you saw the video I did, and I can't believe, oh my God, I was like a year or more into my channel when I remembered Robert Putnam's Bowling Alone, that book that he did, about the breakdown of civic life in America, how we used to have things like fraternal organizations and bowling leagues and all this other stuff, ways that people could connect and meet, and they're gone now. And if you think about it in the longer term, I think it was the 19th century we had the extended family, 20th century broke down to the nuclear family. Now we're down to
religion,
atomized individuals.
Well, and that's where religion still plays a crucial part. I know Wojak will be angry, but I do think that for the purposes of social interaction, for religious people, that still has a serves as a primary function of glue that binds people. I'm assuming there's. I'm going to assume that you're not religious. That would,
I'm not. No,
yeah,
I was raised Catholic, but I'm religiously apathetic.
yeah. You're yeah. I'm the same way. I mean, technically, I think the term for us is theological non-cognitivists, but that's I don't want to get into theological
Yeah.
discussion. But yeah, it's yeah. So, but for religious people, in addition to the belief, and that's kind of a separate issue, the fact that every Sunday you have this
Group of people you go
conglomeration of
see.
people coming together, singing,
Hmm.
and maybe they'll have grab lunch together. That's value. That's probably one of the few things remaining. But yeah, there has been a breakdown of that in the U.S. But I'd argue that that has not been present in Europe in a long, long time, and yet we still don't see the same degree of social dysfunction, which adds another element here. And this is something a friend was at least indirectly trying to bring up, though some minor points I didn't necessarily think, well, might be true, but that existentially, life in the United States is much more dangerous. There are higher crime rates.
Mm.
It's also, again, I'll bring up the, living in
It
pipe.
depends where you are.
Exactly. It does
You know,
depend on where you are, but there's a lot of variability. But there's,
well,
what,
there's a couple things I'll say about that.
okay.
Is if you take a map of the United, especially for the European audience, if you take a map of the United States and then roll out on top of that a dot map of where all the murders are happening, the two things you'll notice is that it's happening mostly in our cities, and even then, it's only happening mostly in a few of our cities.
Hmm,
So it's very highly concentrated.
right.
But because of the way the news is, you and I've known people like this. They think that the world in America is a lot more dangerous than it is. Now, factually, that wouldn't be correct. Like if you compare, I mean, even if you just go by state capitals, compare murder rates, like Chicago, Baltimore, Washington D.C. Compare that to some other big cities in the United States, like state capitals, other places in the
Mhm.
U.S. There's huge differences
Yeah.
in the murder rates. Um, but like I said, I've known people that because of I assume because of the news, they think there's danger everywhere. Now it's
Well, I
not
didn't want to.
true,
That I didn't. That was not my.
but they're
Yeah.
yeah.
Sorry. It's
Well, I'm
defending
but
myself
what I'm
here.
getting at is that's going to cause psychological strain.
Yeah. But maybe I shouldn't have. What about
Phrase it
economic
that way.
disparities? I mean, the fact that
Um,
the. I mean, I only can see afar from the news, but California is in a state of disaster. I hear of
yeah,
these stories, say in San Francisco, which a couple of years ago exceeded New York rent prices and most expensive area, obviously due to the tech in large measure, but of essentially living corpses on the street, people having to step over. I've seen these videos and pictures that there's greater existential worry because of maybe lack of social safety net.
mm,
Homelessness is vastly greater in the U.S. than it is in most modern Western European countries.
mhm.
That might be feed into general. So I mean, I'm trying to
Yeah,
look at every
no,
angle
you bring
here.
up a very good point because, like in Baltimore City, I don't know if you've ever seen photos of this, but they have these steam grates
Mm,
that pump steam out from under the ground. I don't know what exactly it's part of some system part of the city, and you'll see these lumps on the steam grates,
mm,
and what those lumps are is
people.
homeless men in sleeping bags in the winter trying to stay warm.
Yeah,
That's what that is.
yeah. That doesn't
So,
really.
and
Yeah.
right, and even if you live in a good area, you're still walking past that and seeing that, and at some level, consciously or unconsciously, that's in your mind. I mean, there are areas in Baltimore City where I thought to myself, they'd have to send in the National Guard if they want to build this place back up,
Yeah.
because there was areas that from talking to some of the state police who I knew, they didn't want to go in there. The cops just did not want to go there. Um, and you can see it like if you look up there used to be a blog called something like the ruins of Chicago, I think it was,
Right.
or ruins of Detroit. you know okay, there's nice areas, and that's true in other cities too, but when you have areas where it's clearly ruins, it looks like civilization collapsed for like a city
I've seen
block.
the pictures. Yes.
Yeah, and that was true in Baltimore City too, where you could walk through neighborhoods that were like that. um, and some of them were relatively safe because literally nobody was there.
Mm,
uh, but it looked like the ruins of a city. And I imagine that has to do some kind of psychological toll, because you talk about the existential thing. That has to have some kind of psychological toll on the people living around there, I would think.
Yeah, and I think economics does. I mean, this is one area where
Yeah.
by the grace of the gods, you've been gifted such that it doesn't afflict you. But a lot of the guys in FA lack your intellect, and your cognitive capacity, and subsequently or consequently, they don't have access to the knowledge economy. They're struggling
Mm,
to even just find basic work, and as much as they're doing
yeah.
basic work, that's not a very attractive prospect because I guess,
Doesn't pay enough. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, air quotes here. I've been fortunate enough to have worked manual labor and more cerebral jobs. I worked in a warehouse for a couple of years, and it wasn't fun. I mean, it was relatively easy, but the pay
Yeah.
was shit. That's how I
Yep.
got to know really. That was my first interaction with truly blue collar people on a daily basis, and it just the things they talked about. It really it allowed me to help further my own sort of process of removing myself from myself to understand other facets of life.
Hmm.
Um, that's a huge thing because if you can't get yourself off the ground to become economically stable, and
Yeah.
I hate to invoke, people are critical that these days Maslow's hierarchy of needs, but if you food and shelter are something you're sort of fighting for, everything else that can follow from that is very, very difficult to achieve.
Yeah. Well, it's not just the lower class either, because when I was living in Maryland, there was a couple I knew that they were technically middle class,
Mm.
and they moved into an area because they wanted it for the schools for their kids. And they were according to the husband, and I believed him, he had no reason to lie to me, his entire salary plus a little bit of his wife's, now he was a computer programmer, she was a nurse, went to the mortgage to the house, and then the rest of her salary paid for their bills. And I believe her father helped them with a down payment on the house. And that was just so that they could be in a neighborhood where it was relatively safe. You didn't have to have bars on the windows. The police weren't going to visit regularly,
Right.
and their kids would go to good schools. A friend of mine who was single, she had a one-bedroom apartment. Now, mind you, this was 10 years ago, so the prices have probably gone up. One-bedroom apartment, $1,500 a month. She didn't need to have bars on the windows, but the police would regularly visit her apartment complex. Um,
Yeah.
the cost of living is just too high in some areas,
Yeah,
you know?
absolutely. That's another huge thing, but I mean, and that's these are people that were quote unquote successful in the medium market.
Yeah.
I mean, but you imagine. I think in your case, I'm not going to say call it the final analysis, but your fate has been, or the fates have given you just a very strange labyrinthine deck of cards that,
I know, right?
yeah, you should, in air quotes, you shouldn't be where you are, but you
Hmm.
are because so many of the traits that you display are don't fit into the FA phenomenon. Your intelligence, your economic success, for example, is not correlative, I think, with that typically in my observation, Mo- especially the younger generation.
Hmm.
Because now more than ever, the knowledge economy is important. Now more than ever, I think being of higher cognitive function is important. And these are guys that I've observed, and I don't mean this in any way condescendingly, but they can't get off the ground.
Yeah.
And if you can't get off the ground, there's no
You're
flights.
not going
You're
to
not
go
going to
anywhere.
reach your
Yeah.
destination. So this,
From talking to some of them personally, from what I can tell, part of the problem is they have no one in their day-to-day lives to help them.
yeah,
Um,
that's
there
another
was
issue.
this,
Yeah.
yeah, there was a, hold on for a sec. Sorry. Um, there was a series I had that, oh, I guess it's okay to mention it. I made it private by request of the person I interviewed, who he was talking about his life growing up in a very dysfunctional house. And at one point, I asked him, I said, "Do you have any older people in your life that could help you? Any family members you could go stay with?" Because he was trapped with his bipolar mother. And he said no. And part of it was she wrecked his life by pulling him out of school for like 4 years. I don't know why the hell you do that to somebody. But yeah, part of the problem is not just that they're at the bottom; they're kind of trapped there because
Yeah.
they have, you know, I've seen other people talk about this too. Like people who are successful usually don't just get there all on their own.
No,
They
no,
have
no, no,
other
no.
people helping them on the way.
Let
You
me
know,
make
this
this absolutely clear. Life is luck, and life is not just luck. It's the it's essentially the collusion of multiple fortunate events coming together to favor you, whether it's
yeah,
your genes, your environment. You can be. I mean, look what I mean. One of the people I get most upset about in this righteous sense would be Wojak because the guy is
mm,
inordinately bright,
yeah,
but was raised by religious freaks, low IQ religious freaks, fanatics who physically and mentally abused him. Now,
yeah,
considering all that, he's come out really well. But then you
yeah,
also think about the loss that occurred because had he just had a normal, air quotes, normal family, like maybe his
yeah,
father was a chain smoker or whatever,
yeah.
um,
Something relatively minor. Yeah,
yeah, yeah, he would have been in a vastly different place. Instead, he's
yes,
had to fight for his very existence, and he's trapped at a milieu that likely he'll never escape, despite his prodigious mind. And I have to concede, I grew up in a kind of, yeah, there were problems. I mean, there are problems that still probably haunt me, but whatever. A middle class family, whatever. The parents weren't completely dysfunctional. And I acknowledge that Wojak's significantly more intelligent than I am, that he would have benefited far more from that than I would have.
then you did. Yeah,
Yeah, or than I did. But it's simply that strange collusion of luck that came together that gave me better circumstances. Um,
yeah,
and that's true of every single thing. And yeah, I actually, I don't want to mention names, but one of the guys in your server messaged me, and I was kind of at a loss because it's a both a profound and a kind of simple question. Where I was like, he said to me, you know, I'm depressed. Have you ever been depressed? How do you get out of depression? I mean, you can imagine what a whammy question that is.
yeah,
'Cause I've been there,
yeah,
and my answer, because I had to run to the gym, which is, I didn't mean to give short shrift to his question, but was basically, it's like a depression is a complex phenomenon, that's a composition of your genes and your environment, and I don't think they're easy solutions to that, right? And from what he's told me, he's got a bunch of other things going on,
hmm,
difficulties, obstacles. Yeah, I think a lot of these guys are lacking. Well, some of MGTOW's sort of male mentors. Now, I'm not going to say my father was a mentor, but
hmm,
he certainly wasn't a total asshole. And
right,
these days, not having a father that wasn't a total asshole seems to be, I don't know, like the gold standard, almost, right?
yeah,
Because having no father is probably the worst thing. Well, I don't know. That's like poison apples versus poison oranges, right? Is it better to
right,
have a
yeah.
father that abuses you or no father at all? I don't know.
Mm,
Probably
yeah.
probably no father is probably the better
What kind
option.
of abuse are we talking about exactly?
Well, yeah, I don't want to
You know,
present speculative games here,
maybe
but
the degrees of abuse. Yeah,
yeah, but I mean, yeah. So it's a horrible confluence of so many, yeah, disfavorable circumstances that. And here's the thing, and goes back to the original MGTOW observation that people don't give a shit about men. There's a
they don't.
guy
Oh.
there's a guy who he stopped making YouTube videos, but this is from way back in the day, like even before Barbarossa, or approximately the same time. His name was Man Woman Myth. Might be some
Hmm.
mirrors around. He had this famous saying that seems to, everyone knows it from those people who are aware of him, and is that, and it's a great saying because it's so descriptive of the human situation. He said, "Women are human beings and men are human doings." And that, I mean, it's so descriptive because even you talked in that video about popularity,
Hmm.
it's fleeting. As a man,
Yeah,
you're only as important as essentially whatever your
what you're
status
doing.
accords to you. Yes,
Yeah,
and the minute you stop doing it, you fade away, into essentially into nothingness. in terms of women, even when they get older, there's that always that fundamental concern for the well-being of women, and it's not attached to what they're doing; it's attached to their existence.
Yeah.
Whereas, I mean, you mentioned the sleeping lumps over the steam grates in the winter in
Yeah.
Baltimore. Probably virtually all men.
Probably. Yeah.
We know from the stats that, with some variability, that depending on the area in the country, I mean, the vast majority of homeless are men. So that's another thing. So in the case of these FAs, you're getting no support network at the
Yep.
home. Maybe some of them are cognitively average, which doesn't help. I mean, it's been my observation. I don't mean that demeaningly, just an
Right. Right. Right.
observation. And then you get the general thrust of human civilization where, you're a guy, you're a man. Are you doing something important? Nope. Where are you? I can't see you. Sorry, I lost my X-ray
Yeah.
vision. That's just a deadly combination and makes it all the more impossible to find any remedy or even approximation of remedy, because you're asking essentially the public, in theory, how do we help these guys that you don't give a shit about? Why don't you give a shit about
That's a
them?
good way
Because
of
they're
putting it.
right. Because you don't give a shit about them because they're average. They don't have they're men. And even when they're not
Yeah.
average, they're still men and they don't have a support network. So, and then their retort is, wait, who? Why should we help them? What? Because there's still
Right.
plenty of men in the spotlight doing important things and are of relevance. Now, you can bet your bottom dollar. People still say that. Still say that. I have no idea. I'm out of practice sometimes.
Yeah. I guess
Yeah, well, I'm an old guy, as you know, like you.
that's fine.
Bet your bottom dollar that if there was some epidemic reaching the proportions that they've reached with respects to these young guys and FA more generally with women, you would have research institutions and universities
Yes.
engaging in mass studies of the best minds possible, trying to figure out what's gone wrong. Why are women so deprived? Why are they suffering? Oh, yada, 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 yada.
Well, you bring up a good point, and I think to frame it in a good way, or in a way that puts it in a better perspective. So it was about 30% of men last year did not have a partner.
Yeah.
Didn't have any sexual partner. Combine that with all the guys that got burned in divorce court, lost their kids, that kind of thing. Probably going to be well over 50% of men that are, getting the wrong end of the stick. During the Great Depression in America, the Great Economic Depression, at its peak, like 25% of the workforce was unemployed. That was at its peak.
Yeah.
So in the Great Sexual Depression, it's about a third of dudes, and then if you want to combine in the people burned in divorce court, it's even more. And are we having a new deal? No, we're not.
No.
No.
And we're not
And
going
although
to.
when I was talking with Wojak, he said, if by the numbers, I mean, I guess if we were organized, we could force some type of renegotiation of the social contract. But much like partitioning the United States, I don't see that kind of thing happening.
Well, and there are further complexities, new layers that didn't even exist 10 years ago in people's
That's
thoughts
true,
in the
yeah.
manosphere. I mean, for example, let's say for whatever reason, and by the way, Ronald Reagan is the guy responsible for making no-fault divorce a reality, so just saying, the great hero.
What,
For
'cause
what-
he did no fault divorce?
Let's say that they repealed that as a concept, and
Yeah.
there'd have to be substantive grounds for filing for divorce, and it would be complex and complicated and whatever. You still have the phenomenon of FA where the sexual market is, and you didn't correct for anything else, which, let's be honest, would require some sort of draconian governmental intervention
Probably.
at the level of interfering with private corporations and institutions and dating and whatever. Not going to happen. Yeah, they wouldn't fix that. You still have guys that are just not desirable as viewed by women. So there'd be some kind of thing in anything. I think you would get less attention. The FAs would be even more isolated because you would have quote unquote functional marriages, which essentially, due to legal constraints, have become not cheaper to keep her, but cheaper to maintain marriages because, gods, I'm not going to go through all the work to get a divorce now. I might as well just stick together for the sake of the kids or whatever, because it's not easy, and people prefer easy routes of escape.
Yeah.
And so you're going to get quote unquote functional marriages, and then these people, the FA people types, they're going to be put even more into the shadowy realm of negligence and people just disregarding their existence. I think so. I mean, I don't blow smoke up people's asses. I don't think there are even good approximations of solutions. First off, we have the human being versus human doing dichotomy. And
Yeah.
second off, it would require so many resources. And I'm trying to think of a kind of tipping point where critical mass point perhaps is a better point of putting it, where the numbers are so. At what point? Let's say the numbers reach 50%. 60. What if you actually get some, this is totally hypothetical, some bizarre reflection of an actual Pareto distribution where something like
Yeah.
77% of men can't find partners or can't even get laid? Are they still going to pretend like the ship is sailing and everything's fine and we're still charting the course properly? I mean, that would be scary because at that stage, I mean, the amount of dysfunction would be glaringly obvious to everybody.
Well, that's one of the things I was thinking that, and I've said this before on my channel. I'm kind of afraid for the future we're going to face. It's going to be like the trailer park and the ghetto are just going to be everywhere. Is effectively what would happen because that's what America looks like without functioning families.
Well,
Looks like
it's already there. I mean, look at all the tent
yeah,
cities there. I mean, people joke about, but there's so many people can't find basic shelter, and they have to come
yeah.
together. And yeah, I think that whatever
Yeah, I
the
think unfortunately you're probably right. They're going to ignore the problem until it hits such a massive number that you're going to be like, oh, civilization's about to collapse. Oh shit, I guess we better do something.
yeah, it's a bit like, I mean, I hate to bring up the analogy, knock on wood, I hope nobody gets cancer, but if you catch certain forms of cancer early, you have a higher survival rate. But at some point in time, things metastasize. It's minimal, right? So yeah, and it's so, and the weird thing, I guess it's not weird given all we understand, is there are obvious problems, and it's better to try to deal with them in their earlier stages. And I think we're in
Yes.
the early-ish stages, maybe, in the sense that the phenomenon of, say, FAs and you could say reproductive deprivation. I'll use that term.
Hmm.
Uh, it's bad, but it's a relatively new phenomenon. 30 years ago, it wasn't quite this bad, or whatever. Um,
You kind of
sorry. I was saying that reproductive
relatively
deprivation is
new
a
phenomenon.
phenomenon
Yeah.
30 years ago, so it was not nearly as bad, right?
Right.
It's
Right.
really, gotten bad in the last, even arguably 10 years, 15 years, for most people. They're going to wait decades and decades to the point of no return, where
Yeah, they will.
whatever corrections could be made,
Won't be
um,
made or won't
yeah,
be possible.
that's right. Because at some point in time, it's the cancer is metastasized, and you can't stop it anymore. It's not You're not catching it early. You're not screening because
Well,
nobody wants to screen. Yeah.
let me up the ante on this because I was having a conversation with, and I was shocked. I was shocked. It was a woman I was talking to over email, who actually understood how bad the situation was, and this is something I've tried to explain to other people, especially with women who don't seem to get it, is that with this kind of problem, as it grows and grows and grows, either the good men are going to solve the problem in a peaceful, civilized way, or the not so good men are going to come along and solve the damn problem. And what are they going to do? I mean, are they going to make the Handmaid's Tale real? I don't know. But at some point, the actually toxically masculine men are going to show up, and I have to wonder. I mean, I don't. It's one of the parts of history that I wish I knew more about. I have to wonder if maybe not specifically the incel issue, but things like this were what transitioned Weimar Germany into the Third Reich. Like
Well,
this kind of stuff paved the way. Like social dysfunction paved the way for it.
well, it always does, and I mean, there are a couple of points I'd like to address here. I always, like I said, I've not alt right. Repeat for the millionth time because I always
All
get,
right.
but I've dealt a lot with alt right guys who,
Mm-hmm.
to my view, bizarrely desire some sort of collapse of everything. But whatever, teach their own. And I try to point out that there's an important factor here, and that is the factor of abundance. That virtually every major calamity in the 20th century was preceded by some sort of severe economic deprivation, like the
Hmm.
wheelbarrows filled with money sort of thing in Weimar or whatever.
Yeah, yeah,
But my conviction, and positive or otherwise, it's not just an observation, is that as long as the quote unquote neoliberal order of relative abundance and wealth, because even if you're poor, you can still have a
yeah,
kind of okay life. I mean,
yeah.
effectively live like a king compared to somebody 800 years ago, right? Obviously,
Right, right. Yeah,
they can maintain that thin veil.
for a
Then
long time.
calamity, yes. I don't know. People see. I think this could go on for decades and decades, just maintaining. You got your internet paid for. You can head down to the. I know you mentioned French bread. I don't really have them now, but weight will all. Food will always be my poison, and I always fight
Yeah.
with that. By the way, I have to just why do you eat Lucky Charms, man? Is that just for show or?
I do that for the video because I have a black cat.
Okay,
You
but you
know,
don't
black
actually
cats
eat
are supposed
Lucky
not to be
Charms.
lucky.
Gotcha.
No, not
Oh,
regularly.
thank
No.
the gods. Yeah.
Yeah,
In any event, they can just maintain that thin veil of sort of relative balance where people kind of have more or less what they want
yeah,
because it's so much easier to do it these days. Give them an
it
internet
is.
connection, give them some porn, get a supermarket, get some Cheetos, get some sandwiches, get for a couple of bucks, low quality, whatever, McDonald's, and you can maintain that. The other issue I see is that, and this is the problem with our human biology. Not only there's a disincentive because of the human being human doing dichotomy, so women absolutely don't give a shit about men who are below the threshold of notice or attention or
Yeah,
observation.
they sure don't do they?
Is that men themselves? The reason why we don't form, I think this is critical to understand.
Pirate
Prehistorically,
gangs.
well, no, no, no. Women are themselves, they show in group preference. This has been
Hmm.
demonstrated because it was beneficial to them reproductively. It was very unlikely that women who showed in group preference would not have some male that would seed her with something, right?
Right.
With men, that's not the way it's ever been. To show in group preference would be to boost a man potentially to your level or over you, and therefore give him preferential mate access. This
Right.
has social consequences in a civilization as complex as ours, because you're not these top dogs. It's not like the Jews of the world are going to fucking try to help out the guys right below them or far below them.
Right.
I remember I've encountered these guys, sort of model types. I actually did encounter a real model. It's just they have no perspective and they don't give a shit. Their world is a world so far removed. So you have this double-edged sword, essentially, of women, who don't notice the bottom
Yeah.
percentages or even the middle percentages these days, and men who instinctively know that it's not really to their benefit to really help other guys out, because in a long-term reproductive game strategy sense, it's why would they do that? They're just because they want to maximize their own reproductive potential.
I can give you maybe a reason why. Okay. I'm going to go with stereotypes here. All right. So you have a hypothetical society where you have the Chads at the top monopolizing 80% of the women.
Right.
Below them, you have the Chad lights, who
Polygyny.
they
Yeah,
might
I know what you're going to argue.
they might get a few women. They might get one woman here or there, but they have very few. And below them, you have the regular beta males, and then at the bottom, you have like the omegas and whatnot. The Chad lights could turn around and say, betas, omegas, join us in overthrowing the existing Chads. We will enforce monogamy, so most of you will end up with a mate, and we will be your new kings. So, and think about how that works and if I understand correctly, that's basically how actual coup d'etats work, where the ruling class is replaced by the people right underneath them.
I think you need to make an official, just for the sake of safety. You're not endorsing a coup d'état or anything like that.
The Chad side?
Well, you're not endorsing violence, obviously.
No,
No. Yeah.
no, I'm not. But there needs to be a Chadarchy. There's got to be good terms for this. But I'm thinking about in just in human societies in general. That might have been. See, I was watching a thing. I can't remember her name. It's Brett Weinstein's wife, Heather. Something.
Heather. Yeah. Yeah. I don't.
Yeah. God, I can never remember her last name. She was talking about how she said that women enforce monogamy, and I was shocked. I was like, "What?" I honestly, I thought it was men that enforced monogamy, marriage, and motherhood on women, not the other way around. And part of the reason I thought that was because Rome was founded by incels. If you're familiar with
Romulus and Remus. Yeah.
not Romulus and Remus, but the story of in Livy, the Sabine women, when Rome didn't have enough
Oh,
brides for all the
right.
bachelors,
Yes, the
they
Sabine.
kidnapped the Sabine women,
Yeah,
and they had one man, and they enforced monogamy that way.
yeah.
Right. So there would be, so okay, the guys at the absolute top, the absolute Chads, I can see them saying, "Hey, I think everything's fine the way it is." But the Chad lights are looking up and saying, "You know what? If we overthrow the existing Chads, we can get better women ourselves. Everyone else will get some women, and we get to be kings." So
Yeah.
you'd have some incentive there for male in-group preference.
I mean, no offense. I respect your mind, but I think I just don't
You don't
see
think
that
that'll happen?
happening. No.
Okay.
I think
All right.
that socio-biological dynamics are such that this is. I mean, you've had throughout history, you've had obviously hierarchies and subordinates and superordinates, and they create these structures. But the problem, I think, in part is we're far removed from a hunter-gatherer situation, or even a
Yeah.
village, and so the the landscape has become a superscape in a sense, and so there's no,
hmm
it's very hard to get a sense of the, I guess, the geometry or just the proportions, maybe put more simply, where you might have something like that in a village or a town where it's everything's visible essentially, and you
hmm
can take that into account. It's sort of accountable, but how do you do that in countries with hundreds of millions of people, and even if you count in North America, it's a mess.
Yeah.
So, and there's so many wheels in the cog creating the complex system that people dwell on that I just don't see that happening. I think it's wishful
Well, I mean,
thinking.
the
You know?
model I gave you would probably work, in a more primitive society.
Yes,
But yeah,
absolutely.
you're
I would
right. In
concede that
America,
in a primitive society, but in the complex sort of Western civilization style thing we have going, it would not work very well. I don't think so.
yeah, I don't even know how you organize that kind of thing.
No,
Um,
no, because again, the there's a miscommunication, part and part due to the ostracization that we've been talking about. That there's a certain sector of men that are just sort of cut off from all these other men. Like some of the guys that you cite who do have some mid lane success with women,
hmm
they're still far removed from the guy who's never touched a jug in his life or something like that.
Right. I mean, well, yeah, compared to the regular incel FA type, I'm practically a Chad because I had two girlfriends.
Chad cell, right?
Yeah, Chad cell. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, you touched a boob. Okay, we'll get out. Um,
Well, this definitely ties into something that you towards the end of your conversation, Wojak, and I think eventually I'm gonna have to start my day. So I'll just the idea of attaching yourself to a pathology or a status that you have, whereby you actually start identifying yourself with that. And you mentioned this also that if you were in some unlikely scenario where you were to find an appropriate wench,
mhm.
um, people worry you'd stop the channel and you would just disappear. But my sense is that you're too intelligent, too thoughtful to just sort of I mean, you don't. Your identity is not predicated on your chat self
Exactly. It's
state.
not. Yeah.
You're just too inquisitive. I suspect you would still have an interest in the FA thing because you see the
Yeah.
macro implications. Uh,
Well, yeah. There's that. Also, I think I said this in the Wojak video. If I had let's say I escaped and I ended up with like a normally functioning social life, one of the things I would do is I would try to figure out what's the differences. What differences are going on in FA's lives versus so quote unquote normies' lives
mm,
that they're having more success than the people who are stuck with the FA situation. And one of the things was what Wojak brought up about how in friends groups people do, use referrals to try to set people up or
right.
maybe create situations to meet singles. Okay, so there's one difference. I bet there's other stuff going on that's different too.
Yeah.
That if I could actually see it from the inside, you know, um, I'd pay close attention to what's going on. I probably would also try to map into social networks to figure out how people know each other.
I
Um,
suspect you would discover things you already know too. We were talking
that
earlier
too, yeah.
about
Or it might reinforce everything. Yeah, other
how
things I
most
already
men
know.
have
Yeah,
a really shitty filter. It's just like
yeah,
just get rate jugs. That I mean,
right.
a lot of the quote unquote success is I mean, it's success of some sort. It's success versus,
Yes, yeah,
PP and vajayjay. Wow, that's
yeah,
success versus never. Sure,
right,
but
yeah,
that's not. I mean, we're talking about metrics here. I suspect a lot of what you would discover comes down to people's own unreflective natures and the fact that they take things at face value and don't offer further consideration. I suspect a lot of that would be revealed, and
probably, yeah,
you would again be dealt a very bizarre kind of a deck of cards, in that maybe in this hypothetical scenario you found somebody you get along with that actually did pass the initial filters, and that's just another quirk of fate more than anything else. I think
mm,
more likely than not, because there's no, you know, the world abroad is trying to offer these, especially these guys, a kind of how to do it manual.
yeah,
Oftentimes, oftentimes, for the sake of profit, and because it's do this, and I've seen this in other sectors too. The whole nutrition sector is another one where do it my way, and you'll lose weight and
yeah,
get fit, and just pay me lots of money, that sort of
right,
thing. I suspect that this is my suspicion that you wouldn't learn that much. I think
yeah, I think so.
you would just have gotten lucky,
Hmm.
and which is kind of disappointing because you think that you get in a situation like that, and then all
Yeah,
of a sudden, like, wow. Um, but it's you might just be saying, well, I just got lucky, and what accounts for your great intelligence? Because your parents were pretty smart, and
your
their
parents,
parents, and
yeah, just
you didn't do
a great
anything.
combination of genes, yeah,
Yeah, you didn't do anything to be smart. You're just a lucky
yeah,
guy. Same thing. Like, I
exactly,
got lucky. I mean, look, not obviously it was a horrible relationship, but fuck, man, I feel it was luck that I found a pretty good looking chick with gigantic jugs that liked to fucking suck and cook at the time too.
right, yeah.
For whatever reason, so I didn't do anything special for that.
Right. Well, one of the things that, since you bring up the luck issue, is I'm not sure if this metaphor is going to work or not. Is since luck does certainly play a role in it, and Wojak talked about flipping the table, finding new friends group. Is I wonder if, like, how can you force a reroll of the dice, and can you force a more frequent reroll? Like, if you more frequently reroll the dice, would that produce better results? Um, are there certain actions you can like, even if there's no specific steps that will get you out of this? Like, let's say if, since luck plays a part of it, if you can do things that force a more frequent reroll of the dice, maybe doing that enough times um, would be one of the methods for. I mean, it's not going to guarantee you getting out, but give you more opportunities uh,
I
to
mean,
escape.
my view is more that, I mean, to draw an analogy from physics, that the older you get, the more of a closed system that you have,
Yeah.
and so you were living in a deterministic universe, right? You know,
Hmm.
at the state of your birth, the variables in play are more optional. I mean, I'm not, obviously it's still deterministic, and there are forces outside of you. I mean, you are a
Hmm.
product of forces outside yourself, environment,
Right. Right. Yeah.
but the variables are you look at highly heritable traits like IQ and intelligence. Well, the best time to intervene then is when you're super fucking young, because
Yeah.
heritable
Yeah.
increases with age. Same, but and so the older you get, the more and more you approximate and reach what the predictive value of whatever the heritability of the trait is.
Heritability. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would suspect that the reroll of the dice is less likely because, much like a closed system, as a physical system, that you don't have certain transfers taking place, that the same is true of social values and learned behaviors and things like that, where it's just incredibly difficult. Basically, I would say, and this is the, I think, rule of thumb when it comes to human, sort of psychophysiology, whatever, is that the earlier, the better. You see
Yeah.
this across the board. In language acquisition, there's a term called the critical period of acquisition, which is, depends on who you ask, anywhere from 12 to 14, where a person can acquire a language with a native-like fluency, that is in terms of phonology, sound, production, as well as consistent, what we call grammatical soundness. and then after that, it becomes more and more difficult. At some point in time, it becomes what we call an L2, and a second language what you're acquiring, and then the kinds of input you require is significantly different, because it's much less of a passive thing. Just like as Wojak pointed out, most of the social stuff you acquire at a very young age.
Yeah.
So I would say that the older you get, not impossible, but reshuffling the deck or new die rolls become very unlikely, because it more and more approximates a closed system in a physical sense, but in this case, in terms of social, cultural, whatever. So the trajectory, which you've observed in your videos, I should point out, that the trajectory that you're on is largely a long-term consequence of whatever trajectory you started off on,
Start on. Yeah.
and then it increases in momentum to the point where the brakes probably aren't there. I
Hmm.
know, I'm a weirdo, and I've always been a weirdo, and I'm going to die a weirdo, and that my life is reflective of that. I have bizarre interests by any normal metric. I mean, who fucking studies ancient Germanic languages, right? And things like that. But I'm not, for that all it said, I'm not discontent with that stuff. I'm mostly discontent about my physical health. That's a separate issue. But yeah, so I think that it's wishful thinking. I hate to be a sort of the black pillar. I mean, I
Right.
meet
Right.
people on Discord like, oh, Stardust the Legend, the Lord of the Black Pill. Um, yeah, but I just don't. This it seems to be the case. I mean, it's not a perfect analogy, but the closest analogy does seem to be
Yeah, I
likely
think that
true.
you're right that the longer you're in this, the harder it is to get out, which is why early intervention's the most important. Recognizing it's happening as
Yeah,
early in the process as you can
yeah,
to try to look at what's going on around you, try to fix it is important.
yeah,
Um, for me personally, you said something in this conversation that in my real life other people have noticed. I don't think anyone so far online has mentioned it, but how did you put it? Like I was I was given a weird deck of cards. How did you
yes,
say that?
yes. The
Something like
fates, the fates have dealt you a strange deck or a weird deck of cards, in the sense that
yes.
in a different, like, again, I could imagine. I mean, the weird thing is that we have profound similarities and also profound differences, but that those similarities, I think that I could rerun the experiment with you, do something similar to what I did, and I think you
Get
either would
very
have
good
ended up in
results.
a quote unquote happy relationship, marriage, whatever, or you would have ended up like, oh, I've been there, done that, like me, and saying it's not that important. I could see that version too, because we're in identical generations, we're very similar age, and I also think that there were options available to me that were not. So, I grew up with well, my father is not from the U.S. So originally, so I guess I grew up with a very, I guess, kind of focus on Europe thing. I've spent every summer as a child in Europe. I always had an eye towards that. I never really U.S. culture never synced with me, and so I never
Hmm.
really thought. I always thought it was just a weird place, and I don't. That's probably one thought you never had. For example, the U.S. is weird.
Sort of. Yeah, I have.
Oh, okay, but you've
It's not
never
very.
left really the U.S., right?
Not. I haven't left the U.S. because I just assumed it was kind of like this everywhere, but apparently
Yeah.
not.
Well, there. So I mean, they're little things, but I do think had maybe even gone to a different school, been in a different environment.
Yes, I
Maybe
wonder
if you
about that
had
too.
taken a summer abroad, somehow you went to, fuck if I know, a French learning camp in France or
Yeah.
whatever, that you would have, holy, like, you come back and you might have kissed your first girl and she might have sucked you off, and then you go back to the U.S. and you realize, holy shit, it's really barren and sterile here. How the hell did I have success over there? Sort of
Right.
thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, that in that sense, yeah, in many ways you're blessed by the mind and your economic stability, but otherwise, yeah, I think you've been dealt an unfortunate hand. And
Yeah. I don't know if you saw this video, but I'm gonna see if this uploads to you over Discord. I did a video on I called it aging in reverse.
yeah,
But look at me at 18 versus me at 41
yeah,
in this photo. I mean, I I don't know. I think I look better at 41 than I did at 18.
it's quite possible, yeah. But
That's so strange to me. But
but I mean,
like,
yeah, the strange deck of cards. Yeah, but so many people. A very close friend of mine killed himself a little over 2 years ago, and he was not. He was no incel. I mean, if anything, in terms of the superficial qualities, quite very good looking and very bright. He was doing a PhD in aging genetics. He was
Mm.
also an alcoholic and severely depressed. So
Oh God.
that did him in. So people can get thrown just weird combinations of variables,
Yeah.
that can totally throw them off. Despite, I mean, you really, and this is the thing, and Wojak always stresses this, and I'm going to stress this too, is that life is luck. There's nothing other than really luck. People say you make your own. No, no, you're dealt a certain genome that's going to put inherent constraints on what you can do long term, and you're dealt
Mm-hmm.
an environment that you emerge in an environment. Someone tears you forth from your mother's fish hole, and then all of a sudden you're thrust in that, and you just all you're doing is receiving data information, and there's no good way to navigate it necessarily because there's so many unpredictable. I mean, the uncertainty of life is the thing that really defines us, and it just shows how a guy like you can end up as you have ended up.
Yeah. Yeah.
How I if look put it this way, I would be a fundamentally different person if for the last 25 years, give or take, I had slept like a normal human being. I
Yeah. You would.
I
Yeah.
would be fundamentally different in virtually every way I can think that's relevant. I still would have
Any
the
idea
same.
why you have such bad insomnia?
Well, part of it's heritable. My mother has it.
Okay.
And there are other weird physiological elements that are not directly related to, say, psychological stress, which I prefer not to go into. But
No, that's fine.
some ideas. But if anything, there's no quote unquote cure. Although I'm going to investigate
Huh.
this medication. I mean, but the point is we have to deal with things. And I guess the one takeaway I want to get from this conversation, and what
Mm-hmm.
I really wish the FAs would, anyone really, is that to do your best to live in equanimity is probably the best service you can do yourself, no matter what slings and arrows or outrageous fortune is dealt you, because what's the choice? I mean, you can no, honestly,
Yeah. Yeah.
you can be that Hamlet. You can rage at your fate. You can express your anger, and of course that's deeply satisfying, right? To revel. I mean, misery loves company. To revel in your own misery.
Yeah.
To it almost gives you a unique quality.
Mm-hmm.
That at least an ascription of a quality that otherwise wouldn't be there. Look at me, I'm the whatever. I'm the chronic insomniac. I'm the
Right.
42-year-old Chad cell. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm the guy that nobody gets because I can't get laid or whatever. And that doesn't really feel good, but it certainly gives you a sense of thinking of the word here. It gives you more significance than you would otherwise have. But I think long term equanimity, the ability to be at peace with your limitations, which is a
Mm-hmm.
painful thing, but
Mm.
it's better than the alternative because the alternative will burn you out and ultimately it'll
Mm.
destroy you. I think my audience knows him because I had him on my channel a few times. Adam Jensen, who shot
The
himself.
guy from Deus Ex.
That was his. Yeah. See, Adam Gent. He's a. I don't. I mean, he's a fascinating guy, and
Yeah.
and he very very bright. Grew up in Michigan to a family of Christian fanatics. He managed to shrug off the religion, but not without consequences. I would say the religious upbringing was bordering on mental abuse, but hellfire, all that jazz.
Uh-huh.
And he because he lost that sort of vision of heaven hell, he became obsessed with death and his own mortality, and so he embarked on a path. He did an undergraduate degree at U Michigan in neuroscience, and we had a talk actually on my channel. You can dig it up about differences between men and women, and
Mm-hmm.
but he decided to go down because he was increasingly worried about his own mortality and aging genetics and the basic and really what's that, which is kind of the irony is he's so terrified of he was terrified of death and dying, and ultimately, I think probably due to some, the parents have covered it up. I tried to do subsequent investigation, but the parents covered it up. It was obviously a suicide. The other
Oh
thing
God.
is, Adam Jensen always told me I was not. I'm a kind of I don't care, have your gun if you want type of guy. I don't care either one way or another.
Mm-hmm.
And he would always tell me when he would, because he'd always try to get people interested because he was really passionate about guns. He said, "Starts the gun is always loaded, even when it's not."
Right.
This is a guy who
Yeah.
was for years. I knew him for a total about 3 years. But to tell me every time, and then all of a sudden he has a gun accident. Yeah. So, um, yeah, but he was terrified. I don't know how he got him, but yeah, he I don't think he ever reached that equanimity. He let his limitations, in this case, his mortality. He also had a terrible ex girlfriend that she was quite a creature that
Oh, really?
yeah that did not do him any good in his life. I would say it's just bizarre. You know, b- transparently mercantile. I would put in one way, in a way
Ah,
that kind of shocked him and just really made him lose whatever little faith he had left in humanity. And it just ultimately just kind of that lack
just
of
sort of.
equanimity. Yeah, yeah. I think
Yeah.
also the age thing. Maybe if he had gotten to be a bit older, things might have cooled down a bit. I don't know. I'm speculating.
How old was he?
25.
Oh, wow.
Really good looking guy, athletic, very bright, and he blew his brains out. So, um, and
Mm.
again, I should also, he had an amphetamine addiction too. I mean, I don't know why. It's weird. He did some cocktails that were not, well, I think, wise. But yeah, I think ultimately the issue was he couldn't make peace with his mortality and limitations and things like that. And yeah, those of us who don't do that, I mean, life is about degradation. We're all getting
Mm.
older. Things get
Yeah.
harder, and it's like, for example, the end of last year, I had an accident at the gym. I've been working out off and on since about 25, 26 ish. I took some years off. Actually, I only recently started, probably about a year ago again, because I just realized the combination of sleep deprivation with just getting older led to a kind of overtraining where I was training too frequently and too intensely, which
Mm.
led to a problem with my scapula and rhomboid now where I have constant pain. Some it
Mm.
varies. At the height of it, I couldn't even sit. And I've been seeing a massage
Oh, God.
therapist who's been a miracle worker. She's very talented, but still, yeah, it was crippling. I was in agony. But I just look at it as part of the picture of the decay that is life. You get older, things are harder, and I think it's good. I mean, it sounds defeatist, but it's good to get a sense of limitations and understanding that life is not a box of chocolates, as Forrest Gump might have suggested. Well, it is, and so you never know what you get next, but it's not always tasty. And so being at peace with where you are and being open at least to new possibilities is not a bad thing. So, for example, I'm not 100 categorically against the idea of having a relationship. I'm not. Because I'm not about anything like that. I mean, so I'm open to new data anytime. So, given if it's sufficient, if the data is sufficiently convincing, right? Same principle. Like if there were some female that fit whatever criteria I have in my current state, that
Mm-hmm.
I could tolerate, I wouldn't necessarily be. I would give it a whirl, maybe, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm open enough, but I'm also willing to accept certain trajectories. Things are the way they are, and people call me a depressed Eeyore because of that. But I'm typically not too thrown off kilter by the vagaries of life. I'd like to think. And even though I have worries and concerns, I try to minimize them that way. And I think becoming obsessed with some all encompassing identity that's attached to some quality or trait or status is ultimately damaging. And the only person who can fix that is, I mean, is the individual in question. I think as Wojak put it, you're not your pathology, nor are you,
No,
you know,
you're not your disability. Yeah.
yeah, you're not your disability, right? You're not your, I mean, limitation is part of you.
Yeah.
Um, I don't think I'd be as open-minded and I want to say empathetic, maybe, or at least attempt to understand other people's. I can't think of an English term for this, but the ability to sort of get other people's points of views if I didn't have chronic insomnia. Because I think I'd be a completely different person. I would assume all kinds of things that I wouldn't do that I wouldn't do in my state as I've known for the past 2+ decades. So there are benefits too, sort of, I guess.
Yeah.
It's made me, I guess, a more understanding person, both at the level of human understanding, sort of compassion, but also understanding that things are complex, and
Yeah.
I think that has to be the biggest takeaway from all of this, whether it's FA, MGTOW, or whatever, that we're all kind of stuck in this on this boat ride that starts with birth and ends with death, and unfortunately there are going to be unpredictable things, and we're not ultimately responsible for what we are, but we can still work within some framework oftentimes to at least come to terms with reality. And it's not always a pleasant reality, but it's better than railing against it constantly. After all, it ended up getting Hamlet killed. Yeah, I'm not saying it's an identical situation, but it got Adam
Right.
Jensen killed. And I've known other people in the past 2 years, not as well as Adam Jensen, that are no longer with us because certain aspects of reality just overwhelmed them, and they couldn't accept it.
Hmm.
They checked out early, and I'm not, and I think the alternative to that, I guess, is to keep alight this personal obsession a lot of these guys have, probably more characteristic of incels and FAs. But you're more than whatever label that others or you ascribe to yourself. I mean, I as much as say MGTOW is important to me and having my own personal freedom and mobility and just doing what I want, it really
Hmm.
is an afterthought. I don't go through my days thinking about MGTOW. I think about other things usually, most of the time, vast majority of the time. It's important to me, but it's not. People always ask me, so what do you think about MGTOW? And it's just this. It's like getting up and taking a walk in the morning. There's no. It's just something I do. I don't really think it's important. I certainly wouldn't want to be in a situation where I were fundamentally deprived of my own, personal and psychological mobility. But still, it's just
Yeah.
you do it and you move on. And I think that's probably the best way of dealing with a lot of things in life, potentially. And I know it's probably more difficult with from the FA perspective, but nonetheless, I think there are some pearls of wisdom. If I've learned anything in my 4+ decades, it's that being obsessed about disabilities and limitations only makes you bitter and angry. And if anything, to them, for these guys, it would make them less congenial, even less approachable.
Yeah.
People don't like bitter, angry people at all.
Yeah.
Even if it's understandable and justifiable in some cases. I also, for me, one of the, I've always found absurdist philosophy of the sort that Camus wrote to be very compelling, and it helps me at least mitigate a lot of things that I otherwise would, I guess be essentially crippled by, looking at how absurd life is in the sense of, it sounds weird, don't take it too seriously. I mean, that's kind of how I look at it. I'm not. I take life seriously. I try to do what I think is right, but at the end of the day, I'm going to be dead shortly. So it's kind of. I mean, I also don't. I try not to get too worked up about things as much as I can. I know that sounds defeatist, but it also is a recipe for being able to enjoy certain things and what is available. To not get bogged down in the idea of what you don't have. And become obsessed with it. The hedonic treadmill is not satisfying, even to those people. To be honest, Jules, the paradigm, the Chad,
The French Chad.
yeah, the French Chad. He wasn't. I mean, I talked to him a couple times. He got laid a lot of times. He had girlfriends with big jugs, and and he was popular, and now he makes money. But when I knew him back at university, he wasn't particularly happy.
Oh, really?
No, no. I think it's oversaturation really. To an FA, for example, getting having 5 or 6 different women claw at you and fight each other over you might seem like paradise come true, but it's kind of there was a point in time in my late 20s where the number of incidents where I never had a one night stand, but I had kind of sort of multi-week long kind of fuck buddies thing
Okay.
where I was pretty successful. I was probably in my peak shape at the time, to be fair. And there was just several incidents where I was just asking, where it was just boring. I remember just fucking
Wow.
some girl doggy style. Had a condom on, so it made it that much less kind of
Couldn't
whatever.
feel anything. Yeah.
Yeah, and I actually stopped. I said, what am I? I'm just gonna. I just told her, I'm sorry. I'm just kind of bored. I'm gonna go back home. And so this is after several months of maybe 5 or 6 different women, so extended fuck buddies. This is this. What's so special? So I think that in the case of like Chads, there is the potential of oversaturation,
Yeah.
depending on their sex drive, I guess. But it's just not that special, any more than it's special that I don't know, not having to hunt and gather. You can just go to the supermarket. Shit, the supermarket's open. I'll go get some food. I'm hungry. Whatever it might be.
Right. Right. Yeah.
That habit, and this is something that David Hume, I mean, as much as you might disagree with him, habit makes and custom make everything, in the sense that what you're familiar with, I mean, it can really get to the point where you make assumptions about reality that for other people are wildly different. So
Yeah.
it seems like Jude, the French Chad, he's getting late. I mean, I walked in on him once on a party, and he had 2 different fucking girls on his cock. Behind, there were beers there, and 2 different girls were sucking him off at the same time, both of them topless.
Jesus.
Um, and then he's the kind of, women don't like to share, but when you're Chad or Jules, I mean, this is just hearsay, but I don't think he'd make this up because I know what he looked like, and he convinced his girlfriends at the time to have not just menage a trois, but foursomes with them, not with other men, but other girls. Like, I want to have this girl
Oh
and this
my
girl.
God.
Can we all just get together? Because they felt so attached to him because of his compelling looks, I think. Yeah. And that sounds amazing. But what happens when you've gone through that experience 3 times, 4, 5, 20? At
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
point in time, it's the hedonic treadmill all over. Everyone is looking for that different experience, but if you experience it enough. And one thing I've noticed in my own life is that I'm a pretty big gamer still-ish,
Mm-hmm.
but even into my mid-30s, early 30s, I was a much bigger gamer, and I got a lot more from, say, you could say, the dopamine hit. I'm not being very precise here. Than now. I still enjoy it, but it just doesn't give me the same degree of quote-unquote pleasure that I used to have.
Yeah. I
Because-
agree with you with the video game thing.
Yeah, I still enjoy it. I still game several hours a week at least, but the kind of marathons I used to put in because of almost a near addiction, because I just wanted to see what happened next in a story or whatever.
Mhm.
They're largely gone.
Yeah.
Even games I enjoy, and so I think it helps to at least think on that scale of things. But imagine yourself being the French Chad, who is that guy who's getting blown by 2 different girls at a party, who's so compelling to women that he can convince his girlfriend to have other females there to just so she can keep him around, and they're
Yeah.
doing things, and and this was confirmed by other people, these alleged events that that you too would get bored eventually. It's and I think that's really where this fundamental misunderstanding comes, that everyone who doesn't conform, who thinks that women are just not that special, and I don't, they must be FA because
Oh, what? FA in denial.
yeah, FA in
Um,
denial, yeah.
Yeah, I think the difference is, well, a lot of the FA types want relationships, and this is one of the it's one of the disconnects I've had with some other conversations where I've had people accuse me of having standards that are way too high. And
Mhm.
that they're like, your standards are too high. That's why you can't find anyone. And I point out that that one long-term girlfriend, when things were going well, I was very happy with it, and all she had to do was show up, be herself, and care about me and fuck me, and things were pretty great. But at the same time, she was basically, like I said, if you imagine me in a girl's body, that's what she was like.
Right.
So you can imagine having a conversation with the three of us on here. So at least my one experience with it, but at the same time, she was a relatively exceptional girl. She wasn't the regular girl I'm going to meet at the local bar or club or whatever else. Um, so that would certainly be a problem for me for finding someone that I feel like I match with. Um, and I think that I'm trying to think of. I mean, different kinds of people, or I don't say different kinds, but different people seem to have different relationships with the opposite sex. At least in my own family, I'm trying to think of how to put this. See, I don't know exactly what the differences are, because I've seen some people that seem to have very almost business-like transactional relationships with the other person.
Yeah.
That
Probably
like
in
it's
the most
two
useful
managers,
form, actually.
almost like two managers trying to manage the other thing.
Yeah.
Whereas I'm thinking I'm trying to connect to another human being, but then I guess most people really are just as two-dimensional as they present themselves. And I think that was one of the things that I overestimated and got really wrong, was assuming that most human beings were complex. And apparently
Well,
they're really not.
the substrate, put it this way, the substrate is complex. The superstrate that arises from the substrate is not. That's because the problem is there's a kind of disconnect at the level of, say, psychobiology in human beings, and that the substrate is naturally complex because human beings are complex systems.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
everything. But there needs to be something. The human being in question needs to have a sufficiently, I guess, endowed substrate in order to give rise to a more complex superstrate. So
Yeah.
every human being is complex. The guy who's at the bar smoking, watching the Mets game is, he's complex too, sort of. But
Sort
the
of, yeah.
complexity won't have unlikely is unlikely to take on an external expression, versus
Right.
somebody like you, who's a big brain nibba, who's complex at the level of the substrate and also complex at the level of superstrate.
Super straight. Yeah.
Yeah, and so those are wildly different things, but it makes all the difference because
Because I'll give you a concrete example. And this is something I was talking about with that married lady friend of mine. Because I asked her, one of the things I often hear people talk about when it comes to relationships is they get bored in them. They get bored with their partner. Now, of all the problems that I had with a long-term girl, that was not one of the problems we had. We never got bored with each other. And when I asked the married lady friend, she said that she had two husbands, and that boredom was not a problem with either one of them. But I've observed that a lot of people seem to get bored with that, or there seems to be a common complaint. I mean, I assume people aren't just saying that to say it, are they?
no, well, I think that's more just a facet of human existence where novelty wears off, and most people
Okay.
fall into the category of when it's not novel anymore. I mean, it's
Oh,
it's I will call it the Judo phenomenon, right? I mean, guy had sex with uncountable women. He was able to compel through non-coercion his ex-girlfriends to engage in, to make out with sensible non-lesbians, to do all sorts of things. And I mean, you must get bored of. I mean, if you eat pizza every day, even if it's the best pizza in the world, you're bored with it, right?
right, right.
It could. I'm thinking it might. That most people just fall in that category where they reach a point of oversaturation, like I did for that sort of stint in my late 20s, where I was having quite a lot of success with females. I was, had several different fuck buddies, and at some point in time, it just wasn't that interesting anymore. And I did get bored with it. I got bored with sex. I got bored with their company because it was just, let's hang out in the movies, talk about the weather. Okay.
Well, let me throw an idea at you. Maybe part of the problem was you were dealing with women who weren't complex enough for you.
Oh, well,
Because
I've never,
we've
yeah.
been talking for like 4.5 hours, and I don't think either of us have gotten bored yet, have we?
No. Well, this is why
Right.
people, no homo. I vastly prefer the company of men. On average, obviously, there's some
Of
really,
men.
yes, there's some
Yeah.
extremely boorish louts I've met, especially in Discord, that I
Yeah.
want to just run away from and as fast as Hussein Bolt might. But generally speaking, the kinds of conversations that are qualitatively of value to me, and then quantitatively, because quality usually leads to quantity, are with men.
Mm.
Um, on occasion, I'll meet a female in almost always an online context who, for whatever reason, has some specialty in some area of interest of mine, and
Hmm.
I'll try to just have a conversation, just gain some information or learn something or whatever, keep myself up to date on certain things, right? But absolutely, I mean, they're the ones I so the borderline personality one was quite smart, but she had
Hmm.
borderline personality disorder. I made a
Yeah.
video, she ended the relationship as it was like 2.5 breakups through, one by me and sort of 1.5 by her, final one, saying that she'd done the cost benefit analysis and I was just more cost than I was benefit.
Hmm.
She had other things going on, but I think that is an issue, and I find women. I mean, the problem with women when you look at distribution curves, whatever the trait is they're just really average. They take typically more
Most of them
average
are.
in terms of looks.
Yeah, they are.
Their intellectual capacity tends to hover around the mean
Around
more.
average. Yeah.
Um, Everything is just so. What happens now? I will say one thing. I'm only a little bit smart, but I am an incredibly curious person.
Hmm.
The vast majority of average people are fundamentally incurious.
They are. Yeah.
And so, what do you do with that? And given the fact that women, it's this weird thing. I mean, I'm deaf. I don't find men attractive, but and certainly, women. I've liked historically to quote unquote fuck women, and they're attractive. But I mean, what's beyond that? I can't have conversations about the things that interest me. Um, Typically, they're
Find you a woman who loves language as much as you do.
e- but even I've met women who see this is another
Hmm.
thing. Let me tell you something about my experiences in academia because I was considering going for a PhD at some point in time, and
Okay.
I thought I get at this university, and I'm studying. I'm doing my master's degree in linguistics, and I'm studying syntax, and there's this girl from Hong Kong who was really very very proficient. She had an undergraduate background. I didn't. I had more of a sort of literary history thing, so I had to catch up a bit. And long story short, this woman ends up going in the field of psycholinguistics, specifically language acquisition, specifically English acquisition of Chinese speakers. Anyway, not that important. And I remember having a conversation with her on Fakebook when I was still on Fakebook. I'm not on Fakebook anymore, but years
Hmm.
ago, being on Fakebook was a thing. How I was, you're always posting pictures of you and your boyfriend eating cupcakes and fancy steaks in Italy and whatever, but I never see you. You don't ever talk about the work you're doing. And she said, well, if you want to do that, you read the journal publications or whatever. Okay.
Oh.
And I realized something about women in academia then that was reinforced by a subsequent experience with them extensively. I have to say is that it's women in academia can be quite good at their uh,
But they're not really interested in the topic.
yeah, they're quite good at kind of like they're assiduous. They do what they need to. God's knows she knew that she was more assiduous than I was, but they don't make connections between things. So I remember trying to have a conversation with her after one of our lecturers gave a very interesting lecture on the relationship of language and music and evolutionary human history, which I thought was quite fascinating. And she had this blank stare, or the kind of things beyond her narrow field, which was sort of the syntax of language acquisition. Like for example, she was really in German. We have this expression "Fachidiotie," which literally means subject idiot. It's like you only know one thing. Like I was somebody who I had to specialize during my master's degree, but I ended up with syntax, but I was also interested in phonology and sociolinguistics, and she was just kind of I'm just going to do this because this is what kind of and I noticed this trend across the board with all sorts of women in various academic subjects is just not being able to look at things from an interdisciplinary and I guess you could say complex systems perspective of
Mm-hmm.
not looking at not looking at their subject as merely one part of an integrated system and really beyond the academic pursuit itself and the contributions they're making and their job didn't give a fucking shit. They'd rather post fucking pictures of cupcakes and steaks and I'm standing in front of the Eiffel Tower and whatever. And this was one of the big light bulbs that went off for me in academia where yeah, there's a lot of quote unquote college attendance of women, and yes, there are all sorts of reasons for that. We don't need to go into that, but even when they go further beyond the bachelor's level, my friend Adam Jensen would tell me the same thing about his fellow laboratory operators who were female. No vision. Just
Yeah.
here's what you got to do. Okay, we're gonna figure out DNA. Okay, I'm done. Never would ask questions. He used to try to start conversations about certain implications of. I don't remember the name of the organisms that he worked on. I'm sorry, but sort of um, uh, what is the term again? Namodes, fuck, my biology is
Yeah, not good with biology either.
nanomites. Basically, very simple. I'm gonna have to look this up because sorry, I'm autistic.
That's okay.
Nemodes, right? I just came to nemodes. So nemodes being simple organisms, and he would think about the extrapolating the data from nemodes into sort of for longevity into higher organisms and stuff like that. And he was the one that taught me there's something fundamental about avian and mammalian reproduction that delimits longevity potential that's not seen in other phyla. I believe phyla,
Mm-hmm.
or I think it's class actually, because there's complex hierarchy. And so he tried to have these conversations with these women who ostensibly were as competent as he was, and he was at a prestigious university, and they just gave him blank stares routinely. I also had this experience with, I was friends with a female who was doing a PhD in phonology, and every time I wanted to talk about it, she just didn't. She was like, "I just want to get drunk and eat pizza," kind of thing. Okay,
Oh wow.
and she wasn't a dummy by any
Yeah.
stretch.
See, I have occasionally known women who actually were interested in that kind of stuff, but
Yes.
they are super rare.
Well, we talked about this the other day with D&D, right? With we
Yeah.
talked about gradients. So I was thinking
Yeah.
if you have a fighter and say second edition or first, we'll stick with second, who has a 15 strength, that's pretty unimpressive. They're still a fighter.
Right.
If you have a fighter that your character, you rolled an 1800, that's amazing. +3
Yeah.
to hit, +6. It's going to seem like there's something, and then let's say you're really lucky and you find, I think these exist, a girdle of storm giant strength or 24 +6
Yeah.
to hit plus. It's going to seem like the person's not even a fighter anymore, right? Because it's
Right.
so distinct from what you normally would
You're used
encounter.
to, yeah.
So yeah, I'm not saying they don't exist because it's the nature of bell curves that you're going to get a distribution curve where something of the sort that you're envisioning would exist, but they're rare as snow in the Sahara, I would argue. And I've personally I've encountered it kind of once ish, but it was a real borderline case. In the vast majority of cases, even with academic women, prodigious women, talented women,
Mm-hmm.
they didn't have intellectual curiosity. That is the fundamental difference on average between men and women. Once you reach a certain IQ threshold, I think, is that intellectual curiosity, the desire to explore the world. Now, it doesn't have to be universal. I'm much more interested in biological systems than I am in physical systems, if I'm honest. I mean, they are physical, you know what I mean, but I'm more interested in biology than I am in, say, physics, put it that way. And so you're going to get different breakdowns, sure. It's atypical for a male. But nonetheless, I'm curious. I want to understand the big picture, and as I always have when whatever I did pursue. It's women typically don't display that. This is, we could speculate. This is another thing. There is an absolute horrible dearth of real research on some of these differences in mainstream academia for obvious reasons. Well, we both know the reasons. I mean, no one is keen to point out the sex differences in general. Oh, here's
Yeah.
here's the sales pitch: the James Damore fiasco, right?
Oh
Remember
God.
that?
Yeah, I
So
remember that.
everyone's saying, "Oh, pretty milquetoast." He was just citing they're just differences in interests. Well, here's another thing, and maybe I'll make this into a video. I've been doing, off the cuff research for the last couple of months into IQ differences, and starting with a philosophical premise. So the idea of chicken or the egg when it comes to proficiency in something, right? Well, let's
Hmm.
say you're really, do you think you could be a really, really good musician if you suck at it, but you're really just interested in it? I don't think so. You'll reach a point where your own limitations will preclude any further interest from being developed because the limitation was sort of, I don't want to say predestined. It was predetermined by whatever your genes and environment anyway.
Hmm.
Just like I could be interested in astronomy and astrophysics, but my mathematical nincompoopism, if you want to call it that, would prevent me from going too far from that. So I'm not. So I'm going to say that people let's extrapolate from there onto life choices and areas of interest. Women more being social stuff. I don't just think it's women just aren't interested in thingness. I think women just, on average, have less aptitude for understanding more complex systems, and therefore don't pursue them because why would they? Because it's harder for them.
Yeah.
I mean, why, dude? If you had discovered in high school, I mean, for whatever reason that I don't know, maybe years later discovered you had certain genes turned off that turned you into like, I don't know, the Flash, right? For some bizarre reason, even though it's alien to your population or whatever, for some reason you're the fastest guy in the world. I mean, you probably would have capitalized on it. I mean, at least you would
Yeah.
have tried, right? It's the same thing. So you get that range of interest, and then furthermore, I mean, it depends on what you're looking at. Say like Raven Matrix, that there's this constantly perpetuated myth that there are more dumb men than more dumb women, but that can't be how the bell curve looks actually, because you've actually looked at certain distributions, which I think and not just because of biases, having cross compared them, that if you get more male geniuses, right, that
Hmm.
means that where the mean for the male would have to be at least several points, because that's just how it works, right, above the mean for women. Most people actually don't even agree on that. They say men and this is the weird thing. The conventional wisdom is men and women have identical IQs. There are more
I
male
know.
geniuses and more male idiots. How does that work on any normal distribution of a bell curve? It simply cannot be the case, because if you're going to have more on the tail end of the right, that means the mean has to start higher to begin with. It also
Hmm.
means there are going to be fewer people on the tail end of the left by any normal distribution, right?
Well, I would also think that even if you have more male idiots and more male geniuses, that would mean the functional men in society are going to be overall more intelligent than the average functional
That
woman in
too,
society.
that too. But I'm also going to say that, I mean, this is shocking. I think just by statistics and the way normal distribution curves work, maybe they're doing some tricky stuff I'm just too dumb to get. You're still going to get you're going to be fewer female geniuses and more women idiots too, because if they have a
Hmm.
lower average, a lower number of total geniuses, why is it? It just doesn't make sense. I mean, I think this is propaganda. I think this is political propaganda. And this would be reflective on the things I've observed about them and their typical range of interests. Even when yes, women are overrepresented in biology compared to other things, but they're not interested in complex systems and the implications of that typically. And so, getting back to the original point you brought, yeah, where do you fucking, dude? Yeah, women are physically attractive. That's about it. I don't find their
And most
minds
of them.
attractive. I don't really even get that much emotional comfort from them because I feel usually totally historically misunderstood by them. We're having a conversation now for about 4 hours, and we're making a huge effort to understand each other and similarities and differences. You don't really
Yeah.
get that, and that's
With
driven
women, yeah.
that's
I
driven by
yeah.
intellectual curiosity, which I think on average is much better represented in men than it is in women. And so that's
Hmm.
another issue to finding quote unquote partners. Or I mean, I don't want what's wrong with my primary reason for not dealing with women apart from the headaches is what the hell. I can't talk about the things that are interesting to me, and when they talk about the things that are interesting to them, they're so surface level, and they're not. They're also not willing to. So imagine that story I told you where they're proposing the reason why rape against women is viewed so punitively as it is is this misogyny. Imagine if I had interjected. So, well, actually, it's a bit more complex than that. And if you look at our evolution, do you imagine? I mean, they
Yeah.
don't even want.
Oh, well.
They have their own just so story, and people argue that even, but at least you can back it up with some data, right? About
Yeah.
whatever fits in their ideological wedge, and women are always jumping in that. Remember Adam Jensen because he was a good-looking guy. Started going on dates, and you know what he was terrified of admitting? He was a hardcore libertarian, really hardcore, old school. Of the conversations during his dates would inevitably drift towards, how should I put it? Politics of some sort,
Hmm.
and he was forced to lie. At some point in time, he said he was libertarian, and then he was further probed, and the women just found it so disgusting that I know he was pro-gun, or he thought limited state intervention. Instead of saying, okay, we have these differences, even want to work past them. I mean, and I think that, again, a great instance of women being motivated mostly by their emotions because they strongly attach their emotions to their own political drives and intuitions. That's
Hmm.
why women get really, really worked up about this stuff sometimes in ways that I don't see as common in men. You end up with a summary of women are pretty awful to deal with because you're not going to find the ones that are really I'll be honest that are really going to kind of sync with your own mind. They're not going to really want to understand the big picture. Um, it and these are even the smart ones. The ones doing master's degrees and PhDs. They have tunnel vision. Now, admittedly, tunnel vision is a general quality of human beings.
Right.
You focus on one thing and that's it. And people really can't see past their noses oftentimes. But in as much as the opposite of tunnel vision exists, whatever the exact term would be for that, and it's not just open-mindedness, it's, I guess you could say, intellectual curiosity and a combination of these things, it's much better represented amongst men. So if you're looking at create a bell curve for that, I mean, I think you would see wild differences. But even a guy who's, say, only 110 IQ will still
Hmm.
fundamentally be more interested in taking apart his car and understand than some
Yeah.
woman who,
With one factor. Yeah.
yeah, who's a secretary or something.
Yeah. I mean, you get weirdos here and there. Like she used to be on YouTube. Annika O'Brien. She built robots.
Okay.
I mean, you get oddballs like that here and there. But yeah, you're
Well,
right.
sure.
In general.
They're in general. I'm never going to say all of them. Yeah, in general,
Right.
that is the trend, and
Yeah.
because
Every
that,
once in a while, you get that 18 with double O. Yeah.
yeah, right. And so that's
stat.
yeah,
Yeah.
that 1800 stat,
The
and
data.
then
Yeah. The data
and
stat.
even rarely they might be wielding some girdle of giant strength, and that's what creates. We talked earlier in a private about sort of the gradients where it doesn't seem like it fits the typical AWOL model, because what happens to a fighter with double A? Well, actually, let's say a fighter who's actually using something like a girdle of cloud or storm. He's going to be able to do things that a fighter even with 18 double can't do. It's going to seem like he's not even a fighter anymore because they're so profound.
Yeah.
He's hitting enemies like a Mack truck. At the end of the day, he's still a fighter. He has no
Right.
spell book, but he's still that, right? It's just
Yeah.
similar. You're just seeing essentially massive outliers, but they're outliers for a reason. So
Yeah. That's the unfortunate part. I wish they weren't outliers.
yeah, I yeah, but that's the nature. I mean, that's the nature of human evolution, and I think
Yeah.
that
Of human beings. Yeah.
and an earlier point to reiterate this, I wish people would come clean. I mean, I'm not. I can perfectly live in this world where I'm average or above average in X quality, and other people are better or whatever. Um, there's, why are it's not, people are constantly trying to paint this picture, not just of equality, even the one amongst evolutionary psychologists and biologists, that women are, they have some sort of equal value in the contributions they make. I'll give you another great example that was baffling. I've been trying to find German servers because, ironically enough, I don't really practice or speak that much German these days because I'm kind of a shut-in and I work from home.
Oh.
So I joined one, and it was something like some throwback. It was like 2013, 14 sort of skeptics TM sort of thing, but German in German. They're laughing at videos of people. And there's this guy named Murdoch. I don't know if you know him, who
Oh my
does,
God.
yeah, who's basically dropping truth bombs. You know, the vast majority of things that are of value in society, be it the bricks that have been laid, the contraptions, and all been meant, and they just think it's funny and a bunch of gobbledygook. They can't understand he's actually speaking the truth. That's what I'm talking about. That I mean,
Oh, I thought
yeah,
they were gonna get offended. They thought he was just being funny. Holy shit.
yeah. They thought he was being funny because they thought it was so absurdly not true. But it's anyone who takes
Oh,
any time
wow.
to examine this stuff knows that it's true. I mean,
Yeah.
Karen Strawn back in the day, I haven't talked to her in years, but now what did she put? How'd she put it? You know, if we'd still be living in mud huts, if or was it Camille
I
Pagula?
think it was Camille Paglia. Yeah. If we were around the world, we
Nematodes.
would.
That's the class. Sorry, nematodes. God, I'm old and tired. That was the classification of. Sorry, it's occurred to me. Nematodes. In any event, yeah. I mean, so she acknowledges that, and maybe that's because she's so willing to speak her mind. She's always had that personality type. I mean, is it really the end of the world? It's not like women really. Women obviously, it sucks to feel undervalued, but they're even with them contributing as little as they do in terms of actual civilizational accomplishment, they're still popping kids out, and people seem to think that's a
Yeah.
big deal. So, what's the big deal there, right? We can't just level with people about differences, say sex differences or anything else. You know, the fact that not only is a gal, why I don't use the word equality. Who uses the word equality? It's such a silly. I mean, I always use a simple analogy. You walk outside of your house in any place with any population, you're going to see people of different heights. You're unlikely to see people who are identical height.
Right.
It's because people are different, right? They have different genomes, different backgrounds, different hair color, different eye color, different. I
Yeah, I
mean,
have to wonder if part of the drive for equality comes from some weird, deep insecurity in the people who want it. Like, I mean, there's some
oh
people who are
sure,
philosophically, inclined towards things, and
hmm.
they want equality. So, like a libertarian might say they want equality because they don't want the king. They don't want a king who has so much more power over everyone else, or
Right,
they want something like equality because they don't trust the power of the government. Okay, that's. I'm not talking about that. I mean the more.
egalitarianism.
Yeah, yeah. Like I have to wonder where that even comes from because it's obvious we're not equal. And honestly, it like if I see a guy who's a lot more handsome than I am, it doesn't bother me. I don't care. It's like good for him. Uh, I don't know.
Yeah, no, exactly. But it does. It is a matter of competence ultimately, and people's insecurity. That the idea that somebody could be better off. I mean, I think also is this notion of cosmic justice. People think that the universe has to be fair somehow when it's manifestly not.
Yeah,
It's so obviously not the case. But then, what the left in particular is doing is they're superimposing their own, I guess, moral intuitions, which I think are a bit cockamamie. Is there still a word in English? I don't remember.
yeah.
Weird, yeah. And saying, well, I feel this way about. Hold on, somebody's.
Somebody's wrong on the internet. And you
Sorry,
have to
sorry.
correct them.
Somebody's. Again, I'm getting a lot of DMs. It's disrupting. I apologize.
That's
Somebody,
fine. Funny.
so yeah, they feel that the world must be a certain way because they feel that way. It's sort of circular reasoning. I feel that the world must be a certain way, therefore it must be a certain way, but it's not that way. Therefore, my feelings are justified, right? And
Hmm.
then they look at the world and they say, "Oh, okay, this guy is doing really well, and it must be because something inherent, like some sort of mendacity that's operative here, or maybe they're just malicious, maybe they're evil, maybe they're um,
Yeah, I wonder about that too.
yeah, it's so obviously. I mean, sometimes there's malice involved. I mean, you can be a malefactor obviously and still be competent. You can use your
Hmm.
competence to produce ill
Yeah. Okay.
or negative consequences. Sure, but at the same time, it's just most people are just kind of doing their thing, and I never had the mind to think that there's some sort of. I knew that the world was unfair. I knew there was a fundamental lack of justice, obviously at a young age, because I saw people that were just better. Like I used to pursue art when I was younger, most because my father pushed me. He had that dream, but he gave it up because for more pragmatic reasons. I have some modicum of artistic talent, visual art, that is, painting and
Hmm.
drawing. And I was okay. And I just saw people that didn't really put in nearly the work and just blew me away. And it made me realize at an early age of just, how disparate and distributions are in talent or whatever. It
Hmm.
just, even wondering. So I'm not that tall. I'm about, I guess, a little over 5'8.5". Like, not
Hmm.
horribly short, but whatever. And I remember people just sprouting past me. I didn't feel a sense of envy. It was like, that's so weird. This guy is like 6'3" now. And a year ago, I was just noticing how everyone is different, and how maybe I was struggling at calculus and somebody else wasn't. And when I was doing Latin at university, how, albeit I was second best after a female there, um, you know, how guys just couldn't, had no idea what was going on, and just completely lost. They couldn't parse the grammar. Um, so seeing that was a case where I was doing better. So, it's pretty clear. Don't you see here? I, it's so obvious. So the world is just shot through by disparities that are far too numerous for it to be any sort of intentional malfeasance on anyone's part, right? And
Hmm.
yet, and yet, this insistence on the part of people on the left, and I think also, it's also a very sort of baseline human emotion, that something, there's agency behind it all. There's an agency behind the unfairness, and sometimes there can
Oh,
be. Yes, it's that, look, human beings since time immemorial have looked for
believe in
agency
the
in just
gods.
everything. So
Yeah.
the way the traditional rigmarole goes with religion, and it's a generalization, but you start with animism, right? You see, like, the stream and the trees are inhabited by spirits, and you also have ancestor worship. So you have that, and then they take on more anthropomorphic features, so to speak. So it's not just a spirit of the tree; it's the deity of the forest, right?
Right. Right.
Artemis, the goddess of the hunt. And it keeps on, so people are always looking for agency irrespective. Now, you could look at this in a way, from the viewpoint of the left, is that evil has agency, and the agency of evil is in the malfeasance that these malefactors perpetrate in the world, trying to, I don't know, cut other people out of the pie that they're getting.
Well, they kind
Um,
of talk about it that way when say about things like spreading hate. Like
oh, yeah.
hate is some kind of black cloud that's wandering across the land and infecting random people.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a religious conviction there, and
Yeah.
But here's the thing: isn't again the disparities are far too numerous and far too complex throughout the universe for anyone with a right thinking mind to actually think this is active malfeasance, active malevolence, active anything.
I doubt it's a conscious thought on their part.
No, it's not any more than the guys down the mountain thought about the volcano spirit or god, spewing forth lava. They just, there has to be agency because we have at least ostensible agency. It's more complex than that, obviously, but I would argue we don't. But that's another discussion. Um,
Hmm.
but ostensibly, human beings have agency. They're actors in the world, so the things that act upon human beings must have them too. And if the net result of human actions is something that is reminiscent of agency, or the results of human agency, then that evil agency must be in the actors themselves, rather than a byproduct of a lot of disparate, different things going on that lend themselves to different outcomes that are oftentimes very unsatisfactory to people on the left, in particular.
Hmm.
I think the right has a much greater sense of hierarchy because it is typically more. I mean, hierarchies exist everywhere, but the hierarchies of competence are like, you're the guy who's leading the hunting party, and we'll follow because, I don't know, you're just really good at that or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, and in as much as religion is typically, traditional religion is hierarchical. I mean, you see this really just in virtually every religion. You have, clerics and whatever. It also seems to, and so people recognize competence um, in in a way that is generally on the right. I think in a way that isn't very well represented or seen on the left. And yeah, I do think they're just seeing evil agents when for the most part there can be, there are none. Um, So why are women earning less than men? Oh, it's because patriarchy or whatever. Some
Oh,
not
yeah.
not a confluence of different life choices and aptitudes, or and that you probably would see the same outcome if men worked a lot less and took the same decisions that the women did, but they
Mm.
won't entertain that. There has to be something because this
Has
obsession.
to
I
be
mean,
some. So yeah, it's effectively like the modern evil spirits, just like when
yeah,
they say things about oh, what they call them, like Nazis are effectively heretics,
yep,
or apostates, I guess.
yeah.
Um,
Well, not
you know,
even real Nazis. Anyone that they
yeah,
decide
fake Nazis.
to
Yeah, they're
brush,
not real Nazis.
yeah, with
Yeah,
that, yeah,
yeah,
right.
they're effectively apostates. Well, I mean, I just put up a video on my channel on Friday because there was some people challenging me. I talked about how the modern left was descended from, before it was social justice, it was the social gospel. Before it was, they were the modern progressives, they were the Christian progressives.
Yeah.
A lot of the stuff comes from the mainline Protestants, the Calvinists, the Puritans. Um, and I put up a video on that about the heritage of it. And there's people still fighting me on this. Even actually, Tucker Carlson talked about that when he was on Dave Rubin, the Rubin Report, how a lot of it
Mm.
came from there. And it's like, no, we can trace this back. And that's why, I think that's why the left is acting the way it is because there's still this remains of the supernatural elements from from when it was embedded in Christianity. And that's maybe why it looks kind of wacky now
Mm.
because they don't want to admit that this is a supernatural thing, or I shouldn't say it's a supernatural thing, but
Well, I mean,
that it comes
great
from
example
supernatural
of
things.
this. Look, I don't think slavery was a good thing. Let me just,
Depends on who we're
disclaimer.
enslaving. Who are we talking about? No,
Oh, no, okay. Disclaimer here, right? But
okay,
the
yeah,
abolitionists were progressive Christians.
yeah, they were, yeah.
I
Mm.
mean, they didn't think it. I mean, so I think they got a lot right ethically, but at the same time, anything can be driven in extremis, and I think that the other issue, of course, is modernity, the lands of plenty, where people want for little. Well,
Hmm.
if people want for little, you're gonna, double down on the smallest little thing that seems to be off a bit,
Yeah,
and so and they will continue to do this. I don't think it's stopping them. It ever will stop. They're always going to have, and the whatever dysfunction does exist, they like, as we said in the beginning or earlier, they like
yeah.
sort of grappling onto that and just making that
I think now we know why the Puritans got their asses kicked out of England because they probably
maybe.
did this back then.
Sam Harris actually, he did an interesting talk with a guy, I forgot his name, about the sort of puritanic aspects, the sort of the aspirational aspects of sort of changing the world and that sort of thing. I want to make a separate video on the so-called American dream, or as I refer to it, the somnolent American dream. Um, there's something foundational about the United States. It's predicated on a lot of progressivism, but also a lot of psychological delusion. And I think, I mean, it's not just that though. I think there there's a human thread. I mean, you look at the various political movements in Europe, and they're kind of derivative of the, I would say at the very, I mean, Nietzsche points this out, sort of the failing of religion. So people
Mm.
come up with other things, their own utopian ideas and idealism, and I think both the communists and the National Socialists got a hell of a lot wrong. But but this is what happens when you look at the world from a very narrow lens, and you can only see certain things.
You're starting to break up again.
Okay, but this is what happens. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what happens when you only look at the world from a very limited lens, a narrow lens, and you can see the world from things. And then I actually should be going soon. Because
Yeah, it's almost 5 a.m. here.
yes, absolutely. But the issue I see to close this off is that I don't think you can reach these people, which is what we were saying before.
Yeah, I don't think you can.
It's
Yeah.
GG to use the modern term, on that. The politics, the art of compromise, forget it.
Yeah.
It's done.
Yeah, and I don't know how this is going to end.
Nor do I.
Besides
Well, not
badly.
well, not well.
Not
but
well, yeah.
you could say probabilistically speaking, not well. How not well is a matter of
Yeah, how not
discussion.
well? Yeah, what layers of not well are we talking about? Yeah,
Yeah, exactly,
or what
exactly.
levels? Yeah,
Yeah, again, it's practically noon here. It's late or early where you are, and despite your proficiency as a sleeper, I don't want to keep you. Just before we hang out, just stay on for 1 or 2 minutes, just for
sure.
some technical stuff. And I'm hoping in the future we can do something similar. In the future, I thoroughly enjoyed this from my end. I'll say that publicly.
Yeah, I enjoy
So
this.
yeah, I think we have some good chemistry. So we should expand upon certain things in the future if possible. So as the audience, thank you for joining us. This has probably been hitherto one of the longer discussions I had on my channel. I hope it it was entertaining, at least, if not something else beyond entertaining. And I will thank my guest, Lord Monday, for joining me. May,
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
may he live and prosper for a long time. If you liked this video, please like, share, and subscribe. And if you enjoy my content, please consider making a donation or becoming a patron. Thanks for watching.